Yeah, so
Ready to go? Sorry, we're running a little bit late. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, this is a regular meeting of Commissioners Court of Hood County, Texas. Today is Tuesday, August the 11th, 2026. It's 9:06 a.m. in the Central Jury Room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street, Granbury, Texas. I now call this meeting to order, and the invocation will be by the Honorable Diane Raspberry.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this group that's gathered together today, Lord. Father, we ask that you bless the commissioners as they make decisions today. Father, we ask that they make those decisions with integrity and honesty. Father, I ask that you bless them and you bless every area of their life where you see that there's need. Father, I ask that you be with the support staff here also, Lord, and I ask that you be with them and bless them. And Father, I ask that you bless each person that's come here today, Lord, to make their concerns known. Father, I ask that you forgive us for the division in our community. Lord, your word says that a city cannot stand if it's divided. So, Father, we just ask that you bring unity within this body. Father, we ask that you not allow us to continue to slander and to gossip. Father, I ask that you help us to forgive one another and to come together as one unit in order to see our community further. Lord, we just ask your forgiveness for not doing the things that you've called us to do. Father, we love you, and we just declare that you are God and we are not, and we ask that you forgive us for the times that we've made ourselves out to be God. Lord, we just ask that you bless this time, that you bless these people, that you bless our community, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please join me in this pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, the pledge to the great state of Texas.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
So, is Commissioner Samuelson with us? I think we got her, I think. I'm going to move on, you figure that one out. So we have no special presentations today. We have no service awards today. We do have citizen comments. We have 3 citizens who have signed up. And the first commentator is Cindy Highsmith.
Yes, my name is Cindy Highsmith, and I live in Pecan Plantation. And I thank you for inviting me to speak today. So, on Saturday, August 7th, Governor Abbott gave Hood County a gift, a present. The governor named Mara, saying they had committed to complying with his data center standards. His words, I established guardrails to ensure data centers protect our electric grid, conserve our water, respect our neighbors, and pay their own way. So, commissioners, will this county accept this gift? He's given you the ability to act in the best interest of this county. Mara has spent over 3 years torturing the good people of Mitchell Bend with excessive, harmful noise pollution. They continue to do this right now, today. Project Yellow and Project Red came to court as a ghost LLC for 2 data centers at Mitchell Bend. Their plan is to use Constellation Energy. Governor Abbott says No. Mara was so ashamed of the horrendous, harmful noise from the Bitcoin mine that during their first court appearance, they never admitted to being Mara. I think you can remember the attorneys standing up here with Starwood and with Mara, and they're fiddling around with their phones trying to figure out who in the world National CRE Holdings is. So their concept plan showed no noise abatement of the Bitcoin containers. They were moving the containers. They were not abating the noise. They never even addressed the noise in their concept plan. The second time they appeared before the court, they brought a Boston man who owned a sound company. So I took the opportunity to speak with him during a recess, and he laughed about the sound wall that Mara constructed. He said that the sound can be abated, and he knew how to do it. But as of this minute, the noise is still noxious, loud, and harmful to Hood County residents. So, Judge and Commissioners, what is it going to be? Are you going to tell Mara no, no, and what part of no do you not understand? If you do this, if you do not do this, you can say, goodbye, Governor Abbott. Hello, Governor Gina Hinojosa.
Next speaker is Brian Crawford.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Brian Crawford from Summerville County. My property borders the ill-conceived and now ill-fated Comanche Circle Data Center. I'm here because the foundation of Comanche Circle has completely crumbled, and this court must pivot immediately to protect the county and yourselves from state-level legal scrutiny. In June, a split vote approved a conceptual plan for a 2,100-acre campus based on a promise that NRG's 1.2 gigawatt on-site gas plant would power it behind the meter. On June 18th, under the weight of over 11,000 public opposition comments by fed-up Texans, NRG completely pulled its TCEQ air permit application. The power plant is dead. The anchor energy infrastructure for Comanche Circle no longer exists. Yet Ryan Hughes of Selfish Investors arrogantly told the press to, quote, stay tuned. He is treating Hood County and this court like a blank check. If this court accommodates him, you are walking directly into a legal buzzsaw. Just days ago, on August 3rd, Governor Abbott issued an executive directive ordering a total freeze and mandatory audit of all new data centers in Texas. The governor's mandate requires exhaustive, verified disclosures of foreign investment, water consumption, and localized community impacts. He has made it clear that Texas will no longer tolerate speculative tech firms hiding behind shell companies while draining Texas resources. As Comanche Circle moves into the more detailed engineering, drainage, and environmental site development phases, this court must enforce the absolute maximum regulatory friction to comply with the governor's orders. If this court attempts to quietly grease the wheels of Selfish, bypass rigorous environmental reviews, or ignore their lack of viable power source, you will be in direct violation of the spirit and the letter of the governor's mandates. This is an opportunity to fall in line and comply with the governor's directive, or risk becoming an enforcement target. Allowing a massive, unverified, unpowered project to advance exposes Hood County to aggressive investigations, public record subpoenas, and lawsuits from the Attorney General's office for failing to protect the Texas public interest. NRG's exit proves the tide is turning. Selfish has presented no evidence of investors or viable tenants. His prior concept submittals do not remotely resemble anything currently achievable. He has yet to close on any of the 2,100 acres, nor the approximate 500 additional acres for Project Lion and Panther. If there is a secret, undisclosed tech giant backing this project, they have not made themselves known because they are terrified of local and now state resistance. Commissioners, protect your constituents, protect this county from legal and state litigation, demand total compliance with the governor's August directive, enforce strict local ordinances under Chapter 231, and let's put a halt to this silly project.
Okay. Next speaker is Carolyn Reeves. I saw you back there.
Thank you. Good morning. Carolyn Reeves, I live on Neareye Road. We're all these surrounded data centers. I had to go get the Constitution of the United States because I am against these data centers, which are now really surveillance centers.
Is that my phone?
Pardon?
Sorry, is that my phone?
Yeah, it's always on.
Okay.
Is that better? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm a little short. So I feel data centers are connected with these SWAT cameras that we voted down, but now I hear y'all voted for a drone now that pretty much does the same thing. I'm against drones invading my privacy, flying over my property, or the speed monitors, trailers that have flock cameras on them also. I'm against those. They're the same thing as a flock camera. And as far as the Fourth Amendment, the right of the people to be secure in their person's house, papers, effective property, and affected against unreasonable search and seizure should not be violated, and no warrant shall be issued but upon probable cause, support of oath, or affirmation of particular describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. I think these flock cameras, these drones violate our Fourth Amendment. We should have the right to privacy. They collect more than just your license plates. They're being found in parks, golf courses, and gun ranges, why would they be there? They collect things off your phone as you drive by. They do facial recognition. So all these things, they violate our rights. There should be a warrant. There should be probable cause, first of all, to even search any of our properties, that being our car also. We shouldn't have to be worried about violating or a speeding ticket on just because we passed a block camera, and then have our facial recognition be collected from block camera to block camera to block camera. They're finding out the law enforcement are using these to track people from state to state, which is a violation of their rights, just on a hearsay. So I would please take into consideration bringing any of these things into our county. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the citizens' comments at large. Excuse me, we will. So we're going to remove from the docket today items number 9 and number 10. So if anybody was here had an interest in those two agenda items, we're removing them from the docket today.
I had signed up to speak on a different subject during at large. Did you get that, Christine?
You only get one topic at large. At large is at large.
It's a different topic.
I thought that's on number 15.
Well,
I mean, okay. Let's talk about this for a second. At large, that doesn't mean you can put in 3 or 4 different topics and get 5 minutes each time. At large is open comments, and you get 5 minutes. And
I should have done both at the same time.
yes, ma'am. You should. Yeah.
Well, okay. Can I do it during 15?
I put it under 15 because I thought that's what it was. the Rain Lily
So you're going to
Gas.
get a chance to speak.
Okay, I'll try to make it.
I'm sorry, Cindy, my
That's
mix up, I guess.
No big deal.
Is that it?
Yeah, and then there is a gentleman here for number one, he's on that event.
Where's this?
Well, he's representing,
Oh, okay.
his name's Paul Warren.
All right. All right, now, we're going to go to miscellaneous business to be discussed and considered for approval. Number one, authorize the county judge to sign the City of Granbury's event application approving the use of the historic courthouse parking lot beginning 12:01 a.m. Friday, September 18th through 8 p.m. Sunday, September the 20th for the Grand Prix of Granbury event. I understand we have a gentleman here sponsoring that event. Come on up and you got something to add to it?
Good morning. No, not really to add. I just wanted to say, we're honoured to be here in Hood County and in Granbury, and we thank you for your support in this matter.
And what's your name?
Paul Warner.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the City of Granbury's event application approving, the historic courthouse parking lot beginning 12:01 a.m. Friday, September 18th through 8 p.m. Sunday, September 20th for the Grand Prix of Granbury event.
I'll second that, but I do have a question. What exactly is this? I'm assuming we're not talking about F1 coming to Granbury, Texas.
We are not, that's correct. It's electric micro-mobility racing, so it's things like electric bikes, electric scooters, and it's with the community racing, not professional racers.
Okay, all right. Just so everybody knows.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
So I have a motion made by Commissioner Wilson to approve signing the event application as stated in agenda item number 1, seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say yes.
I just want to be sure you can hear me when I vote. Can you hear me, Commissioner Eagle?
Oh, yeah, I forgot you were there, but yes, I can. Now I can hear you.
Okay.
So, have you heard the agenda item and the call to vote?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It passes 4-0. Thank you, Commissioner Samuelson.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to item number 2. Discuss and take appropriate action to sign the event application allowing the use of the historic courthouse parking lot beginning at 12:01 a.m. Friday, September the 4th through Monday, September the 7th at 8 p.m. for the Labor Day celebration. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve or sign the event application allowing the use of the historical courthouse parking lot beginning at 12:01 a.m. Friday, September 4th through Monday, September 7th at 8 p.m. for the Labor Day celebration.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve the event application allowing the use of the historical courthouse parking lot beginning 12:01 a.m. Friday, September the 4th through Monday, September the 7th at 8 p.m. for the Labor Day celebration, made by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No opposition, passes 4-0. Item number 3, consider and take appropriate action to approve the purchase of a new cab and chassis for a brush truck remount. Cost of the vehicle and bed remount not to exceed $76,000 from Fund 55 account. Commissioner Andrews, I see you put this on here in the fire marshal.
Yeah, this is for Indian Harbor Fire Department. The county owns a few brush trucks that are in each station, each fire station. This is a county-owned vehicle that the engine blew up on it. It is not salvageable. Well, we could go put a new engine on it for $50,000 or something, but this truck is pretty long in the tooth. It's not real high mileage, but it's, what year do you remember?
I do not remember right off the top of my head.
03 or 07?
Yeah, it's an older truck that's been in service for quite a few years. But yes, essentially what happened on this was we feel like the engine threw a rod through the bottom of the motor. All the oil, everything came out on scene where it happened at. So they actually took the truck to have it looked at. When they pulled the pan on it, it was full of metal, all kinds of stuff. The quote that they had gotten from that entity to replace the motor and the DPF system, which is the exhaust system that everything's required to have now, was right around between $45,000 to $60,000 to replace all of that. We could do that, but for just a little bit more money, we could actually get a new cabin chassis and simply remount the bed, tank, pump, all of that onto a new cabin chassis. What I gave you here is actually a list that has the total cost for the remount and the truck. So for the truck itself, it came in at $69,417.33. And then the remount, I believe we have a couple of quotes on doing that. So it looks like one of them was $6,450 for the remount. And looks like the other one came in at about almost $1,500, we'll call it, for the other one, to remount the bed. Any other questions or concerns?
Anybody else up here have a question? Commissioner Samuelson?
I'm just checking with our auditor on Fund 55.
There is enough unallocated in Fund 55 if the court wishes to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Well, with that, I'll make a motion to take appropriate action to approve the purchase of a new cabin chassis for truck remount. Cost of vehicle and bed remount not to exceed $76,000.
So we have a motion to approve the purchase of a new cabin chassis for a brush truck remount. Cost of the vehicle and bed remount not to exceed $76,000 from Magic Fund 55. Made by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
No opposition, passes 4-0. Thank you, Commissioners. We're going to move numbers 4 and number 5 down to the end, or something. We're still waiting on a couple of things on those two, so we're going to jump to number 6. Discuss and take appropriate action to hold a public hearing regarding setting the salaries of elected officials pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 152.013. Auditor and county judge. This county judge pro tem is unaware of what we're doing on this one, so Ms. Auditor, if you... And we're not going into executive session on this.
Good morning. This is part of our budget process. These proposed salaries for the electeds have been published in the Hood County News as part of the process. They were published at Judge Massengale's request, which he is the budget officer for the county, at 5%. We are required to have the court vote on this at some point. You don't have to do it today, but at some point we need to have a decision made by the court. And so in every court, we will have these items present for us to make decisions or pass however you see fit.
Does this item have to be done before we vote on the budget and the tax rate?
Yes.
So the first order of business when we get down to it will be to set the salaries of the elected officials and then vote on the budget and then vote on the tax rate.
I think you have.
Or vote on the tax rate first?
I believe the rate and then the budget.
Okay. So, anybody have any discussion on this item today?
Well, Commissioner Samuelson and I have spent some time working on this and looking at it. And, you know, it seems to me a real fair number to look at CPI to see the where we've been over the last year, the cost of things going up and whatever. So, and that came in at 2.6% locally in May. And that, you know, that's a number I would like to throw on the table we could discuss.
Is that a motion, or you just want to talk about 2.6%?
Well, it's a public hearing, is it? Did anybody sign up to speak?
We have no one signed up to speak. Oh, okay, let me straighten up some protocol here. We're going to go out of Commissioners Court and go into a public hearing at 9:31. So we now are in a public hearing on item number 6 regarding setting salaries of elected officials pursuant to Local Government Code Section 152.013. And Commissioner Andrews has thrown out a 2.6% number. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to speak to this? Please state your name and address when you come up. And
My name's Donna Kelleher. I live at 2012 Utah Court in Hood County. So I think that the item is a little bit confusing because it seems like you were to schedule a day to have a public hearing. I just think the verbiage is a little bit strange, but if this is the public hearing, then I would say that 5% is more than fair. The inflation rate continues to go up. You're going to probably see increases in oil prices. I don't think you should cut yourself short. I think 5% is more than fair, and that's my vote.
okay, any other citizens wish to address the salaries of the elected officials? Okay, we're going to go out of public hearing. We're going to go back into Commissioners Court at 9:38. 34. Sorry. We're back in the Commissioners Court. So any other discussion on this item today?
Yeah, I'll just say that after getting the information from the appraisal district, there needs to be a lot of work on the budget itself. And, you know, I can appreciate the comments from Ms. Kelleher, but there's a lot of information that goes into the budget, and we want to be sure and, you know, do what's fair to the taxpayers. So I would, I guess that's my comments right there.
Okay, well, and I've got my comment is that there are a lot of components to the budget, but the single largest component to the budget is salaries. And so I think that we need to continue our discussion. We're working on the budget with the auditor as we speak. So I'm going to make a motion to table this till later.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion to table number 6, made by Commissioner Eagle, seconded by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 No opposition, passes 4-0. Number 7, discuss and take appropriate action to set a proposed tax rate for the year 2026, fiscal year 2027. And this is not a public hearing, correct?
Correct.
All right, what you got?
Okay, so the proposed budget that was published on our website reflected a rate of 0.325, which is just under the voter approval rate. This is based on the judge's request. So that is an option There are other versions of the budget that we've been working on, which change the rate. It's very complex, it's all web connected. So you could consider the judge's proposed budget and rate of 0.325 today if you wish.
So let me ask you, what was the rate last year?
I believe it was 0.2769.
So I would like, this is just me, but I would like to see this item with a backup on it that's got last year's rate compared to this year's rate, the no new revenue rate, as well as the voter approved rate, so that we have something for the citizens to take a look at when we vote for this. That's my comments on this item. Any other discussion on this?
I like the idea to see what follows.
Commissioner Samuelson, you got anything to throw in?
What did Commissioner Andrews say? I couldn't hear him.
He passed. He said he's good with it.
I like that idea.
I think that we have a lot of work to do before we can set a tax rate.
This is just the proposed, not the adopted rate. Two separate.
Do we need to get something into the newspaper?
I will have all of the necessary things published so that you guys are able to take action at any commissioner's court.
You've already published a proposal.
I have published so that you could make a decision today if you wish,
Okay.
or if you want to defer till the next court, that it will be properly noticed for you guys to make the decision at any regularly scheduled commissioner's court.
Would it be too much trouble to have that backup as discussed?
It wouldn't. It is also a cover page on the budget that was published. It's all there for you to review that way, but we could do it however you wish.
Yeah, just a page, just a one sheet, bullet sheet.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, well, I'll make a motion to table this.
Second.
So we got a motion to table item number 7 on setting a tax rate by Commissioner Eagles, seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
No opposition, passes 4-0. Number 8, discuss and take appropriate action to hold a public hearing on the proposed budget. And we've not had a public hearing on
This
this?
is the first one.
Okay, so it is 9:39. We're going to adjourn. We're going to go out of Commissioner's Court and start a public hearing. So we're in a public hearing at this time. Anybody have anything to discuss? I'll open the floor up. Okay, Treasurer, and you can come next.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay.
Leanne, in case you didn't know, 5500 Wedgefield. I just want to take the opportunity to fight for the employees as far as I do think that they deserve the 5%. I do think that they should not receive less than 3%. So if you're looking at a number, I would ask that you please do not go below 3%. I think for morale, for their hard work, I just think it's important for us right now as a county to come together on that. So that's my request.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you're up.
Who was that speaking? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear her name.
That's Leanne, the treasurer.
Okay.
Yeah, please identify yourself so Commissioner Samuelson knows who's up here.
Commissioner Samuelson with Jennifer Carey. So I have 3 points to make on the budgets, actually. To come back to you, and I understand, I appreciate the county employees. Yes, you deserve a little more, but I also want to make a point that service members, for instance, don't get that kind of pay raise, ever.
I do understand
So-
that. My husband's retired military.
Exactly. So a 5% pay raise is extremely high. As much as I appreciate that you guys deserve it.
Let me clarify too, the reason why most of our employees are Hood County residents. They
Right.
are taxpayers. They
Correct.
shop here, they work here, just everything here in Hood County. So I believe to give back to our community, 5% for our employees is not, I'm not asking for that for myself.
No, I know that.
I'm asking that for
There's
employees.
there's a lot more employees.
And we can
I
cut
get
out
that.
new employees,
So-
like, look
Okay,
at
is this
offices.
I'm sorry, is this Ms. Carrick's time to speak?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's okay. It's okay. No, I do appreciate it. Like I said, it's not that I completely disagree with you. I just want to keep in mind before we say 5% or above or whatever. And I would appreciate if everybody could get $500-600 a month, you know, extra.
I just
or-
think less than 3%
No, and-
is not.
I get it, especially in this economy, so I appreciate that. The second thing that I want to put to a point, you know how many houses stay empty right now, can't be sold because of what's going on in Hood County, because of the data center issue? Just ask the realtors. That's just an example. I recently tried to oppose my own property value, and I was shot down in an instant. My property value is extremely high. And I get lucky because I have a privilege here in Texas because I'm 100% permanently disabled through the VA. So, but others are not so lucky. And you guys are responsible in part for tax rates here in this county as far as property taxes is concerned. But when we talk about the value of our property in lieu of the data centers, our property value might be great on paper, but we can't even sell our properties. We can't even give them away, because as soon as you get to the point of, hey, you want to buy a property next to a data center? No. Nobody wants a property next to a data center. Nobody wants to live anywhere near a data center. That's the problem. They drop the prices of these, and we have to wait another year or two before we even get to see that factor. But we have to pay the taxes already for that. That's not okay. So if you're looking at the property tax rate that will be in the budget and everything else that will partake in the budget, that's not I don't even know what to say to that. So you can keep hiking the prices and mentioning what properties did sell somewhere else in the county or anywhere near the neighborhood, the ones that got lucky, where somebody didn't even try to ask what's going on. But that's what we're looking at, is that these properties have no value anymore.
Have you got any numbers on that, any that we could look at?
If you want actual numbers, you can talk to Lana Robinson. She's
I'm talking about numbers published that support the statement that nobody can sell a house.
Well, published as far as that's concerned, I'll get that to you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But as far as Hood County is concerned, just ask the realtors. I mean, that's as far as from what I know, who talked to me and says we can't sell a house. So, but
Is your
yeah.
house for sale?
I have not put mine up yet for sale, my own. I say yet because I'm waiting on the finished red and yellow case and finished Pacifico case and finished of the other data centers. If they get the okay to move in, we're moving out. So, because I can't live that way, it's not happening. We're out, and so are my neighbors. So our street will become a ghost town, essentially. So we got no options. We're moving out, but we're going to rent our place out to the construction workers, I guess, to make some money because, yeah, we're not trying to lose money. So, but yeah, that's all I got. The rest, my mind is on something else. Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Highsmith.
My name is Cindy Huisman, and I live in Confrontation. And since this court is a taxing body for two different entities, but the hospital board and the county, I would like when you set the rate to explain to people how we're going to be taxed. So we're going to have a county tax and a hospital tax, and I would like you people to be able to understand what they're really going to be taxed next year. Thank you.
Carolyn Reed, live on Erie Road. I actually tried to sell a rental in Comanche Cove this year for the price we bought it for 2 years ago, and we could not sell it. Didn't get any really interest in it. We had a problem trying to rent it even, so we finally had to take a loss and hire property management and drop the price of the rental significantly to get it rented. There are lots of properties for sale that just aren't selling. Some are, of course, overpriced where I'm at, but that's just my personal example of not being able to sell a house. The other thing I have an issue with about raising the salaries is that until we stop spending money on surveillance equipment and not be able to get the refunds back, like $80,000 on a drone and $120 for flock cameras we haven't received back. Those estimates might be a little skewed, but that's what I'm hearing. Those I don't think are necessary for our county. So I think we should take into consideration that. Yes, our property taxes are very high right now. Just my house alone, not with the acreage, it's the same price. It's actually higher than when I purchased my house 6 years ago, which I don't think that's fair that what I paid for the whole property of 16 acres, they're not charging me on my one little house for my one house on 2 acres. That's quite high. It's almost like they are charging us a convenience tax. It's more of a capital gains tax of what we should be getting if we supposedly sold it, which is not the case anymore. So we should not be taxed on capital gains of what the county thinks our house should be worth when they really don't know. And they purchased a computer several years ago that calculates the highest sold houses in the county. They calculate it, spit it out, and it's like 20% more. And then they charge us all at that same rate, whether you're in North Hood County or South Hood County, which South Hood County is depreciating just because of the data centers. And once they come in, our wells go dry, and then now we have to spend $100,000, $200,000 to drill a well because they've drained the aquifer. So you might want to take into consideration that we residents are not happy with this, and it's going to just hurt us more with our water and our property depreciating.
So is it possible that
What's your name?
Donna Kelleher, 2012 Treetop Court. Sorry. Thank you for letting me speak. So is it possible that there's an increase in the property tax rate to offset the decline in appraised block values? So if you look at the budget, you have certain operating expenses that the county has to fulfill, and you have to cover that. So if the property values are going down because of the data center effect and because of the Bitcoin, et cetera, then you have to raise the rates in order to get that same amount of money. So that would be with property taxes. There's a second component here, which is sales taxes. Now, we are at 0.5% for the county. And in Texas, you can raise that up to 2% I think in increments. I don't think you can do it in one fell swoop. But if we're going to have data centers, if we're going to have equipment, then Abbott said that all of that equipment is taxed at the place where it's going to be used. So even if they buy it in Dallas, but they use it here. They have to pay us sales tax. So I think the Commissioners Court should do some modeling and some projecting and determining whether or not we can offset our total decimation of property values with an increase in sales tax on the equipment that these invaders are going to purchase. So that's one way to look at it. I think we need to see some modeling, we need to see some numbers. Now, back to the employee pay raise. County employees are qualified, they work hard, they're diligent, and they can go somewhere else. So we might as well try to have some employee retention by giving a decent pay raise. And when you're asking this county to go from being a normal Hood County to being overwhelmed and inundated with these data center proposals, I know that everybody's having to work longer hours and spend more time. So I'm still in favor of that. That's all.
Let me touch on the sales tax increment there. You can get it all at one time, but it requires a vote. Any addition to go up on that sales tax is voter approved. So that I've kind of looked at that with, some of the other factors funding fire and EMS through that particular mechanism. And you have to have an election, and they vary all over the place. Granbury, Toller, and Crescent all have that full 2 cents within the city limits. They all have that full 2 cents. I think Lipan's got 1 cent left, maybe half a cent. And then the development district down there has, I believe, a half a cent sales tax down there in Acton. So the rest of the county has that 2% or 2 cents available, but it varies from place to place to require a state election.
Can I comment in response to that?
Yeah, we're in a public hearing. Let's get it out.
Okay, so the cities have their own tax rate, the county has their own tax rate. And so we need to just focus on the county tax rates. And I think it's very important to acknowledge that every one of these data centers is going to come at us with a tax abatement proposal so that they can determine that, oh, well, you'll put in a fire department. Oh, we'll pay for this over here. We'll put in a park, whatever. Well, if you're as mad as I am about all of this, you'd rather just have the money and make up your own mind about where to spend it. I don't want it to be some line item negotiation in a tax abatement. Let's just collect the taxes and decide as a county what's best for us. We don't want them. They're coming. We're trying to keep them out. They may get here. Least we can do is get enough money to determine some of our own destiny and maybe give ourselves a complete tax abatement.
Okay. Couple of things.
So I'm going to chime in here with our auditor.
Wait a minute, Commissioner Sampson. Commissioner Wilson's got the floor. You can come in next, okay? You there?
Yeah, she heard.
Okay.
Oh, no, I didn't hear what Commissioner Eagle said.
Jack, Commissioner Wilson was just starting to speak, so right after he's done.
Go ahead.
Okay, as I was saying, a couple of things. The majority of Hood County workforce goes out of county to work. Why? Because of compensation. We, the county, at least in my opinion, need to retain the dedicated employees that we have, and to do that, I think we've got to have at least 3% to retain what we've got, the dedicated employees here in the county, because otherwise they're going to go out of county. There's going to be a major, and I repeat, major facility open in Johnson County right after the toll road. There will be a significant number of employees there, because that operation will be 24/7. Where do you think those people are gonna come from? A lot of them are gonna come from Hood County. But we need to retain the employees we currently have and compensate them accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Samuelson, you're on.
Yes, I was just going to comment. A few courts ago, Ms. Kelleher mentioned the sales tax in data centers, and I asked our auditor to check with the Texas comptroller because we have MERA. And do you want to comment on what you were told by the Texas comptroller?
She's coming to the podium now.
So the Texas comptroller said they don't have an opinion and that I have to do a formal letter request. So I will do that. I haven't done that yet. I was going to ask our county attorney to help me write that official request to them. Yeah.
Don Huffines is in there now. He would likely probably be more responsive.
It was an interesting response, though. So I will continue to pursue that.
Yeah, but looking at our sales tax over the last several years, if we were getting some sales tax from the data center, either from their equipment or from the sale of cryptocurrency, you would have expected to see a big spike in our sales tax, and we didn't see that. So that piqued my curiosity when Ms. Kelleher said that, so that's why I asked our auditor to check into that. But as of now, we don't have confirmation from the Texas comptroller on what happens to sales tax from data centers.
Okay. Any other discussion on the budget today? I will throw in that I feel your pain on the property tax. Believe me, I think our property, but that's that's going to require legislative action. We can't, the Commissioner's Court can't on their own change it. But I agree that we need change. We've heard everything from eliminate property tax altogether, which sounds good, to making it more like when you buy a car, you take your HUD statement down to a government, like the tax assessor collector, and you put that in, you get that registered in when you buy your residence, and you pay taxes on that till it's over with. And that eliminates the appraisal district. So that sounds like that doesn't sound bad to me either, but right now that's not where we're at. So hopefully, we've been hearing from legislators, especially the Republicans, that we're looking for tax reform and property tax reform, property tax relief. Yep. But so far, no tamale. So call your state reps and stay on it. You agree with that, Chairman Harrell? Yes, ma'am.
Coming.
Donna Kelleher, 2012 Treetop Court. So the difference between property tax and sales tax in the context of a data center is has to be considered in the context of accelerated depreciation. So if we pay as a business a tax on our equipment that's in the business, then we pay it at the book value. Okay, if it's depreciated, there's your book value. Accelerated depreciation means they get to write that off, declare it as an expense on their taxes, so your amount of taxation is based on zero. So that's the property side of it for the data center equipment. But what does the data center equipment produce? It could produce Bitcoin, it could produce a taxable service, And software services are taxable. So that's why I'm all about the sales tax increase. And if you increase it enough, you can just rebate it to all of us. So we don't pay property taxes.
You know, you got the phone numbers, your state senator and your state rep?
Yes.
Call them.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll just go back a little bit to some comments on the budget. Just recall that last year there was a 10% salary increase for all county employees, which was well beyond what the normal tax or the normal salary increase was for private sector. We may needed to have an adjustment, but now we are well in line with surrounding counties. We had a salary survey from the Texas Association of Counties, and I guess there was about 10 to 15 positions that were surveyed, and we were, for counties that were between 50,000 and 999,000 population, Hood County salaries were in the top quartile. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. And at the current tax rate that's being proposed, that's a 17% increase year over year. So we do have a lot of work to do. We have the county commissioners, the commissioners court has other responsibilities that we need to make sure as we look through the budget that we're funding. So I just think that there's still work to be done on the budget before we make any final decisions.
I agree with that. Anybody else have any comments? Okay, at 10:03, we're going to go out of public hearing and come back into Commissioners Court, and I move that we table item number 8 to a later date.
Second.
So I got a motion to table. We've taken care of our public hearing. I've got a motion to table passing on the budget made by, who made it?
You made it.
Oh, I made the motion. That tells you what this medication does to me, okay? So I made a motion to table this. Mr. Wilson seconded, or was it Andrews?
Go ahead.
Anyway, we got a motion and a second to table this. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 No opposition, it passes 4-0. And I hate to do this, but there's only 3 of us up here today and we've got 1 remote, but I have to take a 5-minute break. But I mean 5 minutes, please. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
It's going to be a long meeting.
You made it back? Jeff? Where's Alicia's table?
Anybody seen Commissioner Andrews? Okay, it's 10 after 10. We took a little 5-minute break. We're back on in Commissioner's Court, reconvened, and we're at agenda item number 9, which we have pulled that item. Agenda item number 10 has been pulled, as discussed at the beginning of the meeting. Agenda item number 11. We have to draw names for the Salary Grievance Committee. We have, it's comprised of 9 people. We've got 5 right now who are committed. We need 4 more. And I have an envelope here full of names that I'm going to draw. Probably, I guess I'll draw about 15 of them, so maybe we can get 4 out of it. Sound good to you? So, item number 11, pursuant to Local Government Code 152.014, take appropriate action for the county judge to draw names for the Salary Grievance Committee from a pool of citizens who served on a grand jury in Hood County during the preceding calendar years. So I'm going to just do that right now. Name number 1. Look, I just dropped it back in the envelope. Name number, that one got left. Kurt Wayne Carroll. Kurt Wayne Carroll. Number 1. Number 2. Donna Jean Noe, N-O-E. Number 2. Number 3. Karen Moore, M-O-O-R-E. Number 3. Number 4, Carlos Aaron Guerrero. Hope I pronounced that close. Carlos Aaron Guerrero is number 4. Hopefully when they get notified, 4 of them out of this will agree to do it. Number 5, Christian James McLean. Christian James McLean. Number 6, John Anthony Baum, B-A-U-M, John Anthony Baum. Number 7, Amy Lynn Reeves, R-E-E-V-E-S, Amy Lynn Reeves. Number 8, Regina Gail Clements Smith. Regina Gail Clements, hyphenated Smith. Number 9, Brian Carpenter. No, I'm just kidding. You're in Somerville County anyway. Number 9, Roxanne Hamrick Thompson. Roxanne Hamrick Thompson. Number 10, Cody Ryan Witten. Witten, W-H-I-T-T-E-N, Cody Ryan. That's 10. Number 11. You're getting this right. Nathan Paul Donovan, D-O-N-O-V-A-N, Nathan Paul Donovan. Number 12. Neil Andrew Strickmans, Struikmans, Neil Andrew Strickmans. 13, Colin Dane McCain, McCain, Colin Dane. Number 14, Marshall Perry Stringer, Stringer. And last but not least, Candace Inez Lanningham, Lanningham, Candace Inez Lanningham. That's 15 names pulled, and hopefully we can get four people out of that to agree to serve on the grievance committee. Do I hear a motion to accept those names?
I so move that we accept the names drawn, the 15, for the, names for the salary grievance committee as drawn.
Second.
So I have a motion to accept the 15 names that were drawn by the county judge pro tem, I guess, by Mr. Wilson, seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
No opposition, passes 4-0. Item number 12 is consider and take appropriate action regarding the request from Ruben de Hoyos to appoint Edwin Selheimer for a term of 2 years as trustee for Pecan Valley Centers for behavioral and developmental health care to serve September 1, 2026 through August 31, 2028. Is there anyone here to speak to this? This is something the county judge put on, and I hear a motion.
I move that we approve the request from Ruben de Hoyos to reappoint Edwin Selheimer for the term of 2 years as trustee for Pecan Valley Center for Behavioral and Development Health Care and serve from September 1, 2026 through August 31, 2028.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Wilson to reappoint Edwin Selheimer for a 2-year term, seconded by Commissioner Andrews, as stated in the way. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
No opposition, it passes 4-0. Number 13, consider and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to sign the bond counsel engagement letter. So do we have bond counsel here today yet?
We have our finance team who's working with the market right now to structure those bonds. Bond counsel is not present.
Okay, have the commissioners had a chance to review the bond counsel engagement letter?
Yes, I have.
And we've also been furnished as a separate item have you got this?
I don't think she has the estimate.
You seen that?
No.
Okay. So the floor is open for discussion on this item. Anybody have any comments?
Pretty standard stuff, so I'll make a motion to declare McCall Parkhurst the most qualified firm of Alabama County Judge to sign the bond counsel engagement letter.
Second.
So we have a motion.
Is this something we've done before?
Yeah, I think it is that we kind of go through this, do it every year. It's an ad valorem exemption for low-income housing that's run through the city. So, yeah, this is something we do every year. So with that, I'll make a motion to allow Granbury Housing Authority, after completion of the RAD conversions to qualify low-income projects known as Barton 1, Barton 2, Thrash, and Middle, project for an ad valorem tax exemption under section 392.005C1 of the Texas Local Government Act.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Andrews to allow the Granbury Housing Authority, after completion of the RAD conversions, to qualify their low-income projects known as Barton 1, Barton 2, Thrash, and the Mill, all together the project, for an ad valorem tax exemption under section 392.005, subsection C1 of the Texas Local Government Code, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
No opposition, passes 4-0. Okay, we have item number 15. Discuss and take appropriate action to approve and sign letters of concern to the Apache Hill Best VP and the property owner of Apache Hill Best, located at 2625 Membrano Highway. Specific concerns include the emergency response plan, particularly with regard to nearby vulnerable population, i.e. daycare, schools, and RV parks. Commissioner Samuelson.
Thank you for pointing out the typo. That's supposed to say vulnerable populations. So this, hopefully you've all had a chance to read the letters. This has come up several times during Commissioner's Court about the fire dangers around the Best facility with the Rainbow's Promise daycare right in front, and then Membrano STEM Academy down the road, and then the RV park that's across the street and down a little bit. I know that, I don't think Jeff Young is there today. I don't know if Mr. Hurley wants to say anything, or were there any speakers that were signed up?
Yeah, we've got
Yeah, we have 5.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and hear what the speakers have to say.
Okay. Speaker number 1 is Robert Slater. Sorry. Couldn't read your writing, Bob. Sorry.
Pardon?
Couldn't read your writing, so.
You couldn't. I'll go back to school. How does that work? On a lighter note here, we went to the Granbury Opera House this past Sunday. I'm sure all of you were there. I didn't see you though. The play at the Opera House was Mary Poppins. It's a story of a dysfunctional family. And stellar performances, I might add, but it's a story of a dysfunctional family, which is what I think the state and the counties are at right now, dysfunctional. I reflected on Apache Hill, but before I get there, two of the lyrics that came out of Mary Poppins were, anything can happen if you let it. And I think that sometimes characterizes what the county does and what the state does. The next item, if you can pull that up.
You're going to have to cue me what you want to, you're going to have to cue me.
I never explain anything.
Oh.
And that sometimes characterizes what seems to come out of either Hood County or the state. I never explain anything. With that thought, I looked at Rainbow Promise School again and noticed that they had pulled out the signage that you would normally see behind the school. You don't see the signage there, do you? That was there in the first slide that I basically showed you quite some time ago. It seems to have been removed. That's progress of some kind by Sungrow. but, or it's covered up perhaps to some extent, but I think we are dealing with regulations. We are dealing with reality. We are dealing with human lives. You can talk about 855 or you can talk about international standards on fire safety all you want. But you're dealing with the reality of people who vote, people who care, people who touch children. And I feel that. You know, art sometimes reflects life, and I think in a way you have that with the play of Mary Poppins. The state, you know, 34 counties now have officially asked for more information. 34. The state has appropriately characterized as merely a speculative Pacifico development proposal. This is what you're staring at right now in this house of mirrors that we work in with data centers and BESS units. BESS is the threat. BESS is outside Rainbow Promise. You need to do something. You need to develop a spine to deal with something that the state is struggling with. You know, a spoonful of sugar here doesn't help. We need something stronger. And I realize we need to talk to all of the state representatives. We need to go to those meetings. We need to devote our time as appropriately as we can. You need to devote your time. But the regulation on personal safety is there. I just say use it. Thank you.
To John Highsmith.
So, good morning. I'm John Highsmith, live in Pecan Plantation. And I'm here to ask that all members of this Commissioner's Court sign the letter to Maribel Zambrana with Apache Hill BESS. It lays out a request for a realistic evacuation plan in the event of a fire. It is something, but it's certainly not what should really be done. The real answer is that the facility should never operate. The risk is too great to children, such as the number we're talking about is 900 to 950 children. And there's also the Granbury RV Resort. So I thought, you know, how do we really assess all this and figure out what to do? And I wanted to talk about risk because there are really two ways to look at risk. One is you consider the likelihood of a catastrophe at any point in time. And the other way to look at risk is to consider what happens in the event of a catastrophe. In other words, what kind of damage can happen. A nearby example would be the nuclear plant near Glen Rose. The risk of a nuclear incident is low. And I'd say the risk of a nuclear incident is much, much lower than the risk of a fire at Apache Hill BESS. But look at all the preparations that go on at the nuclear plant. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission has people there all the time. What are we going to have at Apache Hill? Whoa, no personnel on site. It's all by machine. The extent of emergency preparations is wishing and hoping. And we are concerned because these things have caught fire. It's happened many times in this country. So the people who decided to build the BESS never gave all this much consideration. And it's pathetic that this letter even needs to be sent. But it must. But I have another ask of this court. Because to me, this is a big, big deal. So would you please get with the governor's office and point out the absurdity of Apache Hill and how it needs to never start up. And what needs to be said is what many people are thinking. Just two words. Camp Mystic.
Cindy Highsmith.
My name is Cindy Highsmith, and I live in Pecan Plantation. So item 15, we are being reactive. So what I'd like to say to you is which is better, proactive, reactive, proactive, reactive. Had we had stronger development regulations before the solar utility BES and data center invasion, the people of Hood County would be a lot happier. Commissioners' court meetings would be less than 5, 6, and 7 hours, and the list goes on. So let's be proactive. Before the rain release solar and rain release storage break ground, let's develop the best emergency response to a BES fire. At this time, myself and my community of over 8,000 residents have no idea of what the response will be. We are not a once-a-year tabletop exercise. We are people. If there is a fire at this BES, do we stay in our homes? Do we head for the hills? How would we be notified? We know only a percentage of homes can hear the siren that's at the EMS building. Is it iPause or is it Everbridge that will notify us? How many people in Pecan are signed up with Everbridge? Are people being educated about Everbridge? And what about the people that live on Abbey Bend? There are people that live there. How many? Where do they go? There are no sirens there. How many are on Everbridge? We have a problem here. And not only is there the Rain Lily BES, Pacifico Energy LLC says they will have a BES. And what about Big Ten Energy Net Zero? Will they have a BES? That's another one. That's where the Cowtown gas processing plant was, and it has been bought, and they have stated in public announcements that they're going to build a data center there. My ask is for the Emergency Management Director to have a developed plan and to communicate this plan to my community and Abbey Bend residents. Be proactive, not reactive.
Jessica Hall.
Hello. Jessica Hall. So I'm glad that this letter is on the agenda today, and I hope that you will vote for it and send it out. That being said, it should have gone out a year ago, before this project even started construction. You knew where this lithium battery storage project, Apache Hill, was to be located and how close to STEAM Academy School and daycare it was. These concerns and evacuation planning should have happened on day one. This should have been one of the county's top priorities, instead of repeatedly stating how well Vistra communicates with emergency management. We need a real plan in place for our children in Hood County. Just so we can all review, Vistra is responsible for two of the largest BES fires in the United States, that being Moss Landing in California. Not only was the fire extremely toxic, causing health issues for local residents and polluting their local ecosystems, but the battery rubble itself was so flammable it reignited, causing a third fire on site. They had to evacuate citizens out of a 9-mile radius. So an evacuation plan for Apache Hill, moving infants and young children only half a mile down the road to the elementary school, is insufficient to say the least. We can do better for our most precious and our most vulnerable population. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mark Lowry, 3712 Lonesome Creek Road. I want to speak on this matter for a couple things. One, on the letter itself, it makes reference to the nearest fire hydrant in paragraph 2. And in the same paragraph, it talks about toxic fumes. We've heard about nearest fire hydrant before regarding this facility. I'm not an expert by any stretch of imagination, but we've heard from experts. Fire hydrants aren't going to do us any good in this battery BESS system. And the toxic fumes has been addressed by this group here, these concerned citizens. The toxic fumes are going to be an absolute mess for long-term problems for Hood County. That's in the letter itself. I think it's dangerous to have that facility out there. It's been spoken about. We may be behind in the race a little bit, but we can step forward and take this by the horns and try to make some stops on this. Regarding the evacuation sequence, I have some comments on that. Step 1, obviously, BESS will notify the 911 operator. Step 2, quite honestly, should be notify the fire department. Step 3, quite honestly, should be notify the Hood County Sheriff's Office. These are emergency response. They need to get there before we start calling the superintendent. They'll need to be notified based upon what we find out there. But to notify Superintendent Morawski and start having her scrambling bus drivers and such, we need our first responders out there. And having put emergency response plans together, step 2 should be the fire department, step 3 should be the sheriff's department. We talk about time. I want to talk about time. The transportation director would put a call for available bus drivers. If this isn't during actual students being loaded in and out, can anybody here think for a moment that we can get enough buses out there in an hour or even longer? I question that. Step 6 mentions 11 miles. Those of us who live in Hood County know 11 miles in traffic, in emergency, and when you pile up Mambrino when people try to get out to save their lives, 11 miles must seem like 111 miles. So those are the recommendations I make for the evacuation sequence. Hopefully they will be taken into consideration. And I'll finish with this. If any of you have any thoughts about data centers, take a drive out to Abilene and look at the hyperscaler out there. If you haven't been out there in the last month, it looks like a war zone. If not a war zone, it looks like a sci-fi movie. It's worth everybody's time to drive out there and take a look at what we're facing here in the county if we don't fix this. Thank you.
That concludes the speakers. Commissioner Samuelson.
Thank you, Commissioner. So as people have mentioned, this has been a topic many times on the Commissioner's Court. The evacuation sequence is what was presented. This isn't the county's recommended evacuation sequence. This is the evacuation sequence that was presented to Cindy Highsmith and Shelby Slauson on how they would evacuate the students at the STEM Academy. So Ms. Highsmith can correct me if I'm wrong, but that was the genesis of that evacuation plan.
I'm Cindy Highsmith, live in Pecan. So myself and Dr. Wolford and our school board member, Tim Bolton, met with Representative Slauson, and at that time, that is the plan that Mr. Bolton walked our representative through. And she was very concerned, and she definitely sees the need for best safety legislation. She was on board last time. I've asked her to please be an author with Representative Verdell this time, but we need to show up for her. We need to be there when this committee meeting is, and we need to demand best safety legislation.
Back to you, Commissioner.
So as I don't know if the letter is on where you guys can see it, but the commissioners, on the paragraph that starts, the Commissioners Court is concerned due to risk posed to the below nearby vulnerable populations. It talks about the Membrano STEM Academy and the lengthy step-by-step process which is attached is highly flawed and will put children's lives at risk. So it's recognized that evacuation plan as presented is not sufficient, which is one of the purposes of this letter. Do any of the commissioners have any comments or questions on the letter?
I kind of do, but John may address them here. John Hurley's up to those.
All right, yeah. John Hurley, Deputy Fire Marshal from the County Fire Marshal's Office. Some of the, one of the things that I do want to address with Judge-elect Lowry's comments, the notification of everybody. When they do call the 911 system, that is how the fire departments and the sheriff's office gets notified, is through the 911 Emergency Communication Center. So contacting the fire department is going to be done through this Emergency Communication Center as well as the deputy. So those two steps are actually combined into that first step of contacting 911. I do know that the fire marshal, Jeff, he did reach out to them, to the Apache Hill, and sent them some things that he felt needed to be changed in the emergency response plan. He told me this morning that he was expecting to get a revised emergency response plan either today or tomorrow from them. And from his understanding was that they were going to take all of his suggestions and incorporate them into that new plan that is coming in. So.
Yeah, that's my understanding, is they've been very cooperative with everything that Jeff has asked for. And, you know, not being adversarial with any of this stuff.
Right.
They're still operating, we may not like the law, and that's where we go to Austin and change the law, but they're still operating within the law. And they're being cooperative with Jeff and even looking for other avenues for evacuation.
Yes, correct.
They are working with emergency services, fire marshal, try to get these plans in place.
Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else have a comment or question up here?
Bob Slater. Just a question. The best operator would contact, is the best operator on site, or is it just triggered by a fire in the unit which goes to some international phone bank and then comes back to us? I don't know that. I'm just curious. But, you know, there haven't been a whole bunch of jobs out there. And I noticed that when Jeff talked about it before, he said there's one person out there that they coordinate with. But there's a gap there somewhere. And I'd like to know whether we're dealing with technology-based notification or an individual on-site notification, because that ought to be a part of the process with regard to safety.
My understanding and the conversations I've had is this is an automated
Totally automated.
response.
So a fire occurs, bingo, it goes to some international source somewhere. We don't know where.
Is that addressed in this letter, Commissioner Samuelson?
That specific,
Yes.
it just talks about, let's read the letter again, that we would like for them to
Clarify.
Okay, if you look at the bullets on the last page, identifies safe evacuation routes that do not require school buses or residents to pass the facility, address evacuation procedures, provide clear communication protocols for all affected facilities and neighborhoods, includes coordination with Hood County Emergency Services, GISD, and local fire authorities. I would think that however they're communicating, that would be documented, whether it's the local person or whether the local person has to reach out to
Yeah, I don't think
the off-site person.
I don't see it there. I think it can be wordsmithed to incorporate something like that, but there's the initial communication that I'm looking for here. And when a fire starts, you want that word immediately. You want it as promptly as you can have it so that the other parties involved will then be able to react. And I think some wordsmithing here on the protocols would help.
Well, my understanding from talking to Jeff, one thing is that the Rainbow's Promise is notified there are different levels of alarms. So a level 1 alarm, which is the lowest bar or whatever, okay, you've got a thermal, something getting hot or whatever in here.
It's flowing.
It will notify Rainbow's Promise immediately. What that mechanism is, I don't know. I don't know if it's electronic. I don't know if somebody calls or what that answer is. But they are willing to notify Rainbow's Promise at that level. It's probably going to generate nuisance, because a bug flies across something or dust blows into something.
But Kevin,
but just on the side of safety. That's one of the asks that Jeff has put in there, is to make sure that you notify Rainbow's Promise on that initial level.
Could I reel this in a little bit?
Yeah.
The point is that the agenda item is a letter, as stated. And we appreciate your input, Bob, but we're not here to have a public hearing on this letter. So I would respectfully remind the audience that you didn't sign up to speak to this and you spoke. So if Commissioner Samuelson wants to table this and go back to the drawing board, then that's fine. But Commissioner Samuelson, would you?
I think that it's covered. It says we request that the owners and operators of Apache Hill Bass provide a comprehensive, detailed evacuation and emergency response plan. And then in the bottom, it says the plan will then be evaluated and presented to Commissioners Court for review. So if at that time they don't address the specific issues that Mr. Slater brought up, we can always ask for more.
I agree.
So,
There is one mistake in the letter. It's
You happy, Bob?
STEAM Academy
Okay.
instead of STEM Academy.
where?
We got one.
That first bullet point, it should say STEAM Academy. STEAM.
Oh, sorry, I have to go back to it. The third bullet of what?
The first bullet on page 2, it says STEM Academy. It should be STEAM Academy.
Oh,
That's a typo. That's no big deal.
Yeah, no, I was just letting her know so she could.
So who's got the floor right now?
I do, and I'm
Okay.
going to make a motion. Get back to item 15. So I move that we approve and sign letters of concern to the Apache Hill Bass VP and the property owner of Apache Hill Bass located at 2625 Mambrino Highway. Specific concerns include the emergency response plan, particularly with regard to nearby vulnerable populations, i.e. daycare, schools, and RV parks.
I'll second that. So we got a motion to approve and sign letters of concern to the Apache Hill Bass, as stated in item 15, made by Commissioner Samuelson, seconded by Commissioner Eagle. Any other discussion? So Commissioner Samuelson, Mr. Wolford wants to say something.
Okay.
Did you sign? Go ahead.
I didn't, but I noticed that the process got modified slightly, so I thought I'd...
All right, we got a motion and a second on the table. You got 60 seconds.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of follow up on what Commissioner Wilson said earlier. I'm glad to hear that you're feeling like the Apache Hill folks are collaborating, cooperating, etc. This letter is only addressing emergency response and evacuation. There's another process going on here which is not addressed by the letter, and that is on Thursday, Apache Hill will have had a letter from us about their best compliance with NFPA for 1 month. And my curiosity is, are they also being a good citizen and addressing all of those non-conformities, which are all about not having an accident, whereas this letter is about how do we respond after one happens.
Yes.
So I believe that's a rather important item to make sure it doesn't get sidelined away from our primary communications and concerns with regard to this new member of the county.
Yeah, no, and this is an excellent point. And Jeff did, I asked Jeff about that letter, where are we with that? And he said he's expecting a response back from them soon. They've been working on it. So, yeah, that thing has not gone away.
Yeah, it's good to know that that's not been sidelined, because that's a rather, that's not a matter of decisions in terms of zoning or compliance with evacuation procedures. It's NFPA.
Sure.
They won't be able to operate without satisfying those deficiencies.
Yes.
Right, this does not take the place of that. This is just recognizing that the Commissioners Court is concerned about the evacuation plan. It does not take the place of the NFPA compliance that Jeff is working on.
Thank you.
So motion and a second.
And we have a motion and a second. And any other comments? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, Commissioner Samuelson, it passes 4-0. Number 16, discuss and take a vote.
Commissioner Eagle?
Yes, ma'am.
On distribution of the letters, the county judge's office asked for the county attorney's office to be responsible for distributing the letters to the correct parties.
Okay. All right, county attorney's office will be responsible. Okay. Number 16, discuss and take appropriate action to approve and sign letters of concern addressed to the Texas Attorney General, PUCT, the Public Utilities Commission of Texas, and ERCOT regarding best facilities in Hood County and their compliance with the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, with copies to Governor Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Representatives Shelby Slauson and David Cook. You're back on, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. So I want to ask Dr. Wolford to step up to the microphone. As I think it was the first court in July, we asked Dr. Wolford to help draft a letter to be sent to the parties mentioned. And so his letter was the basis for the letters that are on the agenda. So if you'd like to speak to that, Doctor.
Certainly. I think the request came from Judge Massengill. Could I draft a letter expressing the county's concerns? I thought I had it pretty close and went ahead and drafted an initial copy, ran it through the county attorney, and having satisfied all of his requests, sent it over to you, Commissioner Samuelson, and she added in all the things that are associated with compliance with law and different initiatives. And so that's what the final product is here. The letter's styled slightly differently depending on who the recipient is, whether it be ERCOT or PUCT or the governor's office.
Okay, Commissioner, any other comments?
I don't. Does anybody on the court have any questions on the letter?
Yeah, this
letters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We have speakers too.
Oh, well, that's
You want to say something? You want the speakers?
either way.
Throwing it back on me. All right. Speakers, we got 2 speakers, so Jessica Hall is number 1.
Jessica accountability with regard to these highly flammable lithium batteries and BESS units that are here and wanting to build in our county. We need to know where the batteries for the BESS systems are coming from, including the internal battery components. We need verifiable compliance with our state fire code through a certified consultant such as the NFPA 855 author. Yes, we need the Attorney General, PUC, and ERCOT to be involved, absolutely. And I appreciate all the work that's gone into this letter, and I greatly support it. But we also need you to do what you can in the meantime to protect our citizens. One way you can do this is by instituting a moratorium on battery energy storage systems, including all of their components coming into the county until we have definite answers to these serious cybersecurity questions. Of note, Apache Hill BESS recently took down their advertisement for their foreign-produced sun-grow batteries, which are currently being produced by Hefei, China. Their headquarters in China is currently the primary manufacturing epicenter for utility-scale BESS AC/DC blocks, which are those containers with all the battery components inside. We all should be aware at this point that Chinese-based companies associated with the CCP are able to preload access into components designated for the U.S., thereby giving the CCP the ability to gain remote and oftentimes operational access to the equipment which is directly connected to our energy infrastructure. So just taking down a sign here or there does not ensure that Apache Hill has in any way complied with the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act or the NFPA 855 Fire Code. It should be concerning to everyone that Apache Hill now wants to hide their supplier due to the attention they have received. Moving forward, hopefully you will be addressing Rain Lily BESS with the same concern that you're addressing Apache Hill with today. Because where are they sourcing their batteries or their solar equipment from? I think we should have this information. To my knowledge, where Rain Lily's equipment is coming from has not been discussed. All we have is a small statement from the developer. We don't need another fake paper promise from these corporations. What we need is total and utter verification that these entities are 1,000% in compliance with both our fire code and our state cybersecurity infrastructure act. Anything less than that is nothing but sheer negligence and total incompetence on the county's behalf. Thank you.
Yes, Jennifer, you're next. You're second and last.
Well, first of all, I am absolutely happy to see this change in the county, that you guys are taking a proactive stance now, talking to the state and trying to get these answers. And I want to thank Dr. Wolfhard for creating that letter. It is absolutely phenomenal. I wanted to emphasize that SunGrow on their own website stated that they have the capability of having remote access to their components. Doesn't mean that they are doing that, but again, who trusts a Chinese company? That Government Code Chapter 2274 was enacted specifically to address foreign involvement in critical infrastructure, including circumstances involving direct or remote access to or control critical infrastructure. Chinese components are banned in BESS units in Europe for that reason. So they made a big stink about it. We should too, but that's neither here nor there. We just have this one, I guess, or LSIPA, I should say. Whether they retain remote access here in Texas, I don't know. I can't say for sure. They claim they do not. But again, it is a claim. Who knows? We need independent verification. State needs to verify that. They can send their own people to verify that, but we as a county need to verify that independently to have peace of mind if they want to use those components. And I think, again, as a county, maybe it is time to take a stand and say no to those Chinese components.
You're not saying no to this. You're not issuing that moratorium that Jess asked for, which I would support 100% if that be the case. But if you really want to go that far, you could use Chapter 2274 from the Texas government code and could let them know that you are pushing a moratorium or a pause or a ban on foreign components in best unit in your counties. Thank you.
That concludes the speakers. Commissioner Samuelson, you got anything else?
I don't have any other comments. I think it's, well, I said that and now I'm going to say a comment. So I think it's time that we notify these entities of this situation. As the letter says, the county doesn't have enforcement or investigation authority under the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, but these government entities do. So we need to make them aware of it and let them do their investigation.
Fair enough. I hear a motion.
Well, hang on, I did want to say something. I'm frankly opposed to the De Cordova BESS system being included in this letter. Vistra Comanche Peak runs that system out there. They have sent this letter of compliance to ERCOT, the PUCT, all the agencies that needed this. They have verified that information already with these agencies. That thing's been over there in operation for 4 years. These are the people that run the nuclear power plant right here on our shores. If something is going to slip in, shouldn't we have a far greater concern for a nuclear power plant? Vistra is on top of this. They're taking care of this. And this almost seems like it's a poke at them being negligent on this. And Comanche Peak has been a good neighbor to this community. And they've been a very positive force around here, a big-time employer. Hey, we all want power. We all use electricity. This is, these BESS systems are a way to secure the grid. Do there need to be guardrails on them? Absolutely. But they've addressed these things in the letter, and I don't know, there is a letter that came back from De Cordova BESS on this, right? How they met all the conditions.
Well, it's the same attestation that we received from Apache Hill, and that is saying that, yes, they do use those components, and that they are not, they say that they are not, they do not provide access to third parties. There's the trust but verify, and we are not the entity that can verify. We asked for the information. It says in here in this letter, both Apache Hill and De Cordova have provided attestations of Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act compliance. However, Hood County does not possess investigation or enforcement authority. So I think it would be failure on our part if we do not include De Cordova, because they have those components. They have, if the AG investigates it and it's as they say, great, but we cannot do the investigation.
Well, and there are some of those components that are not on the black list. Something that has no access to internet or being remotely connected or anything like that. It's like a tire on your car. I don't know what, exactly what the components are, but these are not ones that are being on the blacklist under the Infrastructure Protection Act.
Well, cattle is on the list of blacklist or whatever you wanted to call it. They're on the list of investigations by the Attorney General. And there is, as it says in the letter, and Dr. Wilford can speak to this, during normal activities, there probably is not a need for an outside entity to remote in or to be on site with any type of device that can access those the equipment that's in there, the cattle components. But there are times, as it says in here, when there needs to be firmware updates, there needs to be maintenance done, inspections, testing, preventative maintenance, corrective action, major maintenance campaigns, software and firmware updates. Those things require people to come on site and or off site, remote in or be there in person with devices that can load software or firmware or do maintenance. And that's where the vulnerability comes in. Do you want to speak to that, Dr. Wolfert?
Sure. I mean, we can't honestly know how they could have run things. We haven't asked them that. But in general, when a facility has outside suppliers that have equipment that are controlled by software that is networked, vendor support is needed during these kind of initiatives. And it's given, and it's normal. Our issue here is that the manufacturer is on the list, and the vendor support may be aligned with that manufacturer.
So this is just a letter of concern. Just, I hate to say it that way, but just. And in response to Commissioner Andrews' concern over this letter of concern, I don't think it's coming at De Cordova in an aggressive way. When you read the last paragraph, Hood County appreciates your recognition of this serious cybersecurity risk. And by the way, yeah, we've been doing, De Cordova's been out there for, how'd you say, 30 years or what have you. But this, yeah, but the Lone Star Infrastructure Security Protection Act is only, compared to that, is very short-lived. It's just, it's recent. So this is just calling to their attention, in my view. I don't see how this is going to hurt somebody's feelings, which is kind of the indication I get from Commissioner Andrews. Is somebody's going to get their feelings hurt if we send it to them. But I disagree with that assessment.
Yeah, I think this is our responsibility. And you know, if they do the investigation, or maybe they don't do the investigation, but we have notified, we've done our responsibility to notify the entities in these letters of a potential threat. If we fail to notify them of a potential threat, I think that's remiss on our part.
Do you want to make, somebody want to write? Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve and sign letters of concern addressed to the Texas Attorney General, the PUCT, and ERCOT regarding BEST facilities in Hood County and their compliance with Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, with copies to Governor Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Representatives Shelby Slauson, and David Cook.
And I'll second that. So we have a motion to approve and sign letters of concern as projected here, addressed to the Texas Attorney General, PUCT, and ERCOT regarding BEST facilities in Hood County and their compliance with Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, with copies to go to Governor Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Representative Shelby Slauson, and David Cook. And I will add, does that go into Matt Mills for disbursement?
Yes, that's going to Matt Mills for disbursement and copies to the appropriate parties.
So the motion is as stated in second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Were you an aye, Commissioner Wilson, or a nay? Nay. Nay. So we have 2 ayes and 2 nays. The motion fails. Number 17, discuss and take appropriate action. And by the way, a tie is a fail. it has to be a majority to pass. Everybody get that?
And ultimately where the information goes. We don't have to resolve every allegation or every concern about flock to address the situation here in Hood County. Because we've taken it to change the software setting, not just because somebody tells us they've turned them off.
I'm gonna, Greg Harrell is the next speaker, and I'm gonna ask the county clerk to call the next one and the next one while I step away for about 3 minutes. Sorry.
Well, I'm going to miss you. So, my name is Greg Harrell, and I come to speak in favor of this agenda item, obviously. I'm going to back it up to a more of a liberty perspective rather than a very practical perspective as just addressed by John Shirley, the constable. I want to cite a quote from Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis, who was known as a real advocate for privacy rights and the freedom of speech. He said in a dissent in 1928 in a case, "Experience should teach us to be the most on our guard to protect liberty when the government's purposes are beneficent. Men born to freedom are naturally alert to repel invasion of their liberty by evil-minded rulers. The greatest dangers to liberty lurk in insidious encroachment by men of zeal, well-meaning but without understanding." And then, about 45 years ago, the great President Ronald Reagan said this in a quote, "2 centuries ago, Thomas Jefferson is supposed to have said, 'Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty.' He didn't just mean vigilance against foreign attack. This is Ronald Reagan. The greatest threat to freedom, even in today's perilous times, comes from no foreign foe. It comes from a dangerous habit many of our leaders fell into over several generations, letting the power and the resources that are the basis of freedom slip from grassroots America into the hands of a remote central authority." Thank you, Ronald Reagan. Great words. We need to restore we need to take whatever steps that we can take here in Hood County to make sure that not only liberty is restored, but also that liberty is always protected. I noticed in this previous agenda item that we got concerned about the feelings or how a corporate entity would receive the signing of a letter that asked them to do the right thing. We have got to get back to not worrying about what corporate people think about Hood County and the actions that are taken by this Commissioner's Court. We need to get back to the point where we are first and foremost protecting the liberty of the people no matter what it takes. So in that regard, I would ask this court to take the step today to cover the flock cameras that have already been supposedly decommissioned. I want to speak to that very quickly, and I want to point out that yesterday it was revealed by the Royal Navy, British Royal Navy, that drones that they operate, scout drones that they operate under the auspices of the Royal Marines, have been transmitting data through their cameras back to communist China. Now, if the Royal Marines can be hacked, if their cameras can be hacked in drones that they have deployed in a military setting, then every camera that is charged with surveillance, and I don't care if it sits on a utility pole up here, or if it's contained in a drone that's launched from the Emergency Operations Center over here, these cameras need to be looked at. They are also transmitting, they could be also transmitting data back to China. We need to take the steps to reduce surveillance here in Hood County. Let's restore liberty. The heck with the corporations. Let's protect the rights and the freedoms and the liberties of the people. Thank you.
All right, the next speaker is Jessica Hall.
So it's my understanding that the contract between Hood County and Flock has been terminated. I'm assuming that you've also asked Flock to come pick up their shitty ass surveillance cameras. I hope so anyways. If that's the case, and they have not done so and collected their property, then these cameras should be considered abandoned property. How long would you allow a private citizen's spy camera to be attached to county property without removing it? Probably not long. These SWAT cameras need to be disconnected and fully taken down. And just in closing, there are citizens that have gone to Flock headquarters with cameras, and guess what? Flock had a big problem with regular people filming even just in their parking lot, so they don't like surveillance either. Thank you.
Third speaker is Mark Lowry.
Mark Lowry, 3712 Lonesome Creek Road in Granbury. Regarding that last vote, gentlemen, you bank at a bank, and the FDIC audits them all the time. And I don't think your bank gets their panties out of a wad because it gets audited. You gotta protect us. I don't understand. Regarding Flock, that was a performance issue. They did not perform. So where are we with the money? Can anybody tell us, we got our money back yet? Have we?
No.
Okay, so we need to work on that, getting the money back first. I've heard that the Sheriff's Department's talking to Flock about an alternative item to make up for the $120,000. It's inappropriate for a staff member with the Sheriff's Department to negotiate with Flock when we're trying to get our money back. That should be nothing more than Matt Mills or a commissioner, not a deputy. We don't want any more because they didn't perform on the first contract. So why would we even look to do business with them? We got to make sure we take these things down. So I'm in support of covering them up. I'm in support of unplugging them. More important, if they still have access to the software program, okay, they're getting reports from all the flocks around the United States of America that signed up for this program. So even though we don't have them in the county, they can be getting information from the Granbury PD flock cameras. So somebody has got to verify that the software program is disengaged or shut down, cover up the flock. They have not performed for us, and it's based upon performance. And I think the information we've seen around the United States regarding surveillance, over-surveillance of our citizens, should shake every one of you to the core. Let's get this thing brought to an end. Cover them up, get them hooked, unhooked, and make sure the software program, and for Pete's sake, get our money back. It's our money. They don't need our money. Thank you.
Last speaker is Carolyn Reeves.
Carolyn Reeves, the Monday Railroad in Granbury. As you know, that my feelings about flock. Flocks are not the safest to be just sitting there when they're not contracted. They catch fire, they surveillance us. They sell our information for $3,000 to $7,000 to private companies. So with them being uncovered, they're still being used to sell our information, our driver's license. They collect information for our cell phones. They profile us. They know the make, model of our cars, and facial recognition. So for you to continue to allow these to film, even though they're not contracted, is a violation of our privacy. And to allow them to be uncovered and continue to film us is unconstitutional, and it feels like tyranny from our government. And you will have individuals who will take actions into their own hands because they feel the government is against them. And it doesn't give us comfort that you are trying to protect us and do the best for us. So with that said, Palantir is known to sell our information, and they're a private company. So this isn't even run by you all, it's run by a private company. It's just a third person way to get around, a loophole to get around our constitutional rights, which is tyranny, is what I feel also. It is the county's responsibility to protect its citizens. And since you don't have a contract with this company, you're violating your rights and opening yourself up to a lawsuit. If something happens where they collect information from the slot cameras that aren't contracted with y'all, and you leave them running to collect our information continuously, then you're not protecting us. You put them out there, and then now you're not protecting us after you've done something that's not even contracted anymore. So please cover them up. I thank Constable Shirley for bringing this to our attention. Appreciate it. I don't want the CCP also involved. I'm very concerned that you're worried about the CCP than are the citizens of Hood County. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, that's all the speakers.
All right. Does anyone on the court wish to speak?
Yeah, I do want to say a couple of things. We are working to get that money back from Floss. They're not willing to part with it, but we are working towards that. And I also want to say, let county employees disconnect these things. The Hood County has 3 of them. My understanding is we are completely out of the clock system now, that we don't have access to that anymore. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding on this. So I'm in favor of getting these things covered and disconnected, but let Constable Shirley do that. I've looked into, are there any legal repercussions or lawsuits that can come from this or whatever, and it appears that there is nothing. So I'm absolutely in favor of going ahead and covering these up. But it needs to be a county employee that does that. Thank you for volunteering to take care of it. So,
Are you saying citizens can't drive by and shoot with a shotgun?
could be prosecution.
So we all remember that. No shotguns or cutting torches. Okay, Commissioner, do I hear a motion?
Yes. I move to authorize the Hood County Constable's Office Precinct 2 to place temporary non-damaging coverings over the 3 contracted flock automated license plate reader camera units located in Hood County following termination of the county's agreement, with such coverings to remain in place until the equipment is physically removed.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion. There's so many jokes in that agenda item. Anyway, we have a motion for Commissioner Samuelson to place temporary non-damaging, to authorize the County Constable's Office Precinct 2 to place temporary non-damaging coverings over the 3 contracted flock automated license plate reader camera units located in Hood County following the termination of the county's agreement, with such coverings to remain in place until the equipment is physically removed. Made by Commissioner Samuelson, seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Any other discussion?
Do we need to amend that motion to say disconnect? I don't know what that would involve. I don't know if that's coaxial cable or a Cat5 line or what, but
Commissioners, research that I've done, other agencies who...
Maybe come up so Commissioner Samuelson can hear you.
Now we're getting back to cutting torches and shotguns.
From the research that I've done, apparently you can unplug the solar panel from the unit, which would effectively kill it. And so if we do that and we bag them, it should effectively kill them. until they're removed.
So Commissioner Samuelson's motion as amended by Commissioner Andrews. Is there any other discussion?
I will accept that amendment to my motion.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
No opposition, passes 4-0. I want to get through the next couple of agenda items, and then we'll take a 5-minute break. Number 18, accept the resignation of the Development Director, and if needed, give directions to the Human Resource Director on the process moving forward. Ms. Weldon.
Good morning. I believe you all have received a copy of the resignation effective this coming Friday, August the 14th. Does anybody have any issues about moving forward, just leaving things as is right now?
I'm a big fan of that. I know that Nick is working on accepting the applications. He's doing the legwork here for the county, sending it to an outside third-party engineer for review. He's tough, he's thorough, he's been doing this for 34 years or something. And I think what we're doing right now, especially until we get our new revised regulations in place, I think we're in a good place right now with what we're doing.
So his resignation is effective August 14th?
Yes, sir.
So I'll make a motion to accept the resignation of the Development Director, Clint Head, as of August 14th, 2026. Got a motion to accept his resignation by Commissioner Eagle, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Is there any other discussion?
Yes, I do think that for a temporary time being, what we're doing currently, as far as I know, we haven't given it enough time to know whether it's working efficiently or not, but it is helping alleviate the work that was being passed over to the HR director and the law department, so that's good. I did reach out to some other counties to ask for job descriptions for development directors, and I have received at least one and maybe some more today while we've been here. But I think we need to really look at this position in a big picture as we go through the budget process and really decide with the change to our development, the things that are being brought to us now versus the historical type of development that we had in the past. We really need to take a hard look at this and develop a job description that matches what our future needs are.
Okay, I don't think you'll get any argument over that, so we continue, but it's still continue with what we're doing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so any other discussion? All in favor of the motion as seconded, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? No opposition. It's 4-0. So finally, I apologize, Mr. Shaw. I should have just done this up the front. So you need to throw something at me. This number 19 has received an update from the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District regarding proposed rule changes. Discuss and take appropriate action, if any. And Commissioner Samuelson, Mr. Shaw's coming to the podium. Are you going to let him take over, or you want to say something?
No, it's Mr. Shaw's agenda item.
Okay, and then we have one speaker signed up. So, Mr. Shaw, and again, I don't know what I was thinking. I should have brought you right up to the front since you were here, and I apologize.
Doug Shaw, General Manager for the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District, for the record. Commissioner Eagle, it's no problem at all. It's been an interesting meeting. I always enjoy y'all's courts. Commissioner Eagle, if I may approach, I've got some handouts.
Sure, absolutely. I've heard rumors about new rules getting put out there, new proposed rules.
We're We're going to discuss it.
I love it when bureaucrats make new rules, you know.
I know it's your favorite thing in the world, Commissioner. I appreciate the time. As you stated, we've gone through, we're proposing some new rules. We're kind of looking at things holistically. There's been several things that have happened over the last several years that kind of have identified some issues that need to be addressed. Of course, some of it, as you guys are aware, every other year when the legislature meets, we have to change something. This all was spawned, it started by just some stuff we got to move into our rules that came out of the last session, and it just turned and moved from there. So I brought you guys a handout, kind of an outline of what I'm going to discuss. And then there's some handouts, some pages 2, 3, and 4, just kind of highlight some of the things we're going to discuss. First, I'd like to talk about, so we separate all water wells into really 2 classes, exempt and non-exempt. So non-exempt, that means they have to report their use, pay a fee to the district. These are commercial wells, wells used for large facilities, any kind of commercial wells really, wells used in the oil and gas industry, wells used by public water systems. And then not exempt wells, so wells that are exempt from all kinds of reporting, metering, whatnot. Private wells, ag wells, livestock wells, right? So for the non-exempt wells, we issue a permit that sets an upper limit on the volume of water they can produce. Historically, for the Trinity group of aquifers, it's based on the acreage you own or control, the thickness of the aquifer below the property, because the thickness of the formations below us vary greatly across the district. It thins out to the west to the point of extinction, and you're looking at, you know, when you get over to Crescent, you're looking at about 750, 800 feet at the bottom of the aquifer, right? So there's much more water over on the east side of the district than there is the west side. So we allocate for the non-exempt wells based on that understanding. However, and this is going to come up a little bit later as well, a year or 2 ago, we had a very large permit request. There's a large ranch up in Wise County, Rolling V. It's in the Rome area. When that sold and the developers moved in, they started, hey, we're going to get water from Fort Worth, we're going to get water from Tarrant Regional, we're going to get water from here. Ultimately, they started submitting applications to us to drill wells. Well, because of the large property, because of the dense development, the volume of water they were potentially going to use, and the volume of water we could allocate them under our rules, we'd require that their engineers do a study to basically look at the impacts, the long-term impacts. What came back, and this is their engineers, not ours, their engineers came back and said if they received their full permit allocation and started pumping that on an annual basis, their wells would pump off. In other words, the water would pump down to the pump, and the wells would quit functioning within a year, right? So what that told us is, in cases where the aquifer is very thick, we likely could be over allocated. So for the Trinity aquifer, we're just proposing a cap at no more than 250,000 gallons per acre for these large volume permits, which is still quite a bit of water. There's only a few places in the state that allocate that much per acre, and they've got more water than we do. For the Cross Timbers aquifer, which is not relevant to Hood County, but I'm going to touch on it, it's primarily the aquifer used in Montague County. It's to the west of the Trinity. It's older in age. Western parts of Wise and Parker County, you'll see a little bit of Cross Timbers aquifer. Historically, it was a blanket 25,000 gallons per acre. That was because at the time there was very little data on those particular formations. We've since done a lot of research. We've had a model built of that formation, and so we're transitioning to something similar to the Trinity based on the depth of the well, but we're capping that at 100,000 gallons per acre. If you're familiar with, you go up into Palo Pinto County, which is not in our district, but that's the Cross Timbers, it's very spotty, right? So it's a very spotty, not very productive aquifer, not really relevant in Hood County. So the hydrologic reports for high volume permits, I've discussed this with the court. We actually adopted this by resolution earlier this year. We're going and codifying this, getting it into our rules. So this is the study. Again, it goes back to that Rolling V project when we saw these large volume permits could really create some problems. So in the resolution, we set the threshold at 50 million gallons per year. So somebody coming in and asking for 50 million gallons per year would set off this requirement for these hydrogeologic reports. The only thing we're changing is we're actually lowering that threshold, we're proposing lowering that threshold to 25 million gallons per year for the Trinity Aquifer. So if somebody comes in and asks for a permit for 25 million gallons, it kicks off the requirement for this study. For the cross timbers, again, because there's less water in it, we're proposing setting that threshold at 10 million gallons. So again, I know was a real big issue, topic here in Hood County a while back because of the types of projects that are coming in that could potentially use a lot of water. And this is just, so to add a little bit to these reports, they go out, it's a very thorough report. We adopted requirements for these reports in May. If their findings come back that show there's potential for unreasonable impacts, then there's an opportunity for me to then begin negotiations with those folks to lower what they're requesting, put in some other, they can voluntarily enter into some mitigation, we could just go in and offer and authorize a lower volume than they request, right? Or a lower pumping rate. So the big issue that is obviously more impactful in the other counties, but in Parker and Wise County, we're seeing hundreds and hundreds of water wells drilled per year. It's starting a little bit in Hood County. I can point to some data in Parker County. If you're familiar with the Peaster area, we had a gentleman give us an easement to drill some monitor wells just south of Peaster. When we drilled those wells about 6-7 years ago, the first year or two, there was only about a handful of wells within 2 miles, maybe 5-10 water wells within 2 miles of that monitor well site. Since that time, there's probably about 200-300 wells have been drilled and are now in production for homes within 2 miles. This first few years, that water levels in that monitoring well, they take a little dip in the summer, maybe a couple inches, and then bounce back up. Water levels in your well, they fall in the sun, and every summer they're going to fall and they're going to come back up. What we do is we track where is that valley, where does it bottom out, and when it comes back up, where are the peaks? And that's what we track. And it's like, for example, in Parker County, those peaks are trending down every year, right? Some places a foot or so a year. Hood County, it's a little bit more stable, but largely because we're not seeing 1,000 water wells drilled per year like in Parker County. So what we are, and if you look at the third page, you'll see I've got some cross sections given to you, and just kind of so you can illustrate how the aquifer dips. So the bottom two pictures show a cross section of Hood County. If you drew a line across Hood County, you can see how the aquifer thins as you move west. So what we're proposing, and you can see it on the maps on the next 2 pages, is where the aquifer thins to 60 feet or less, and that's based on the state approved groundwater availability model. And the reason on the zoomed in one, it's kind of a little sawtooth, is because that model, when you're building a model that's hundreds of millions of acres in surface area, the grid size is quarter-mile grid cells, right? So it's built on these grid cells. And this model, the framework of the model is based on oil and gas logs and water well logs, where they go in and look at these gamma logs, induction logs, SP logs, and they identify the sands, the limestones, and they're able to map out the aquifer. So where the aquifer thins to 60 feet or less, we are proposing a 5-acre minimum tract size requirement. This is for basically just the northwest portion of the county. This is areas where people's water wells are 100, 150 foot deep, make a few gallons a minute, and that's it. What we found in areas like that, when you start putting a well every 2 acres, you have pretty immediate impact on the groundwater. And most of the folks, especially in the middle of those subdivisions, end up not really being able to do much of anything if anybody is using water. So our goal was to spread that out, spread those wells out in the area where there's very little water. And let's see. So the way we're proposing it is, if this were to pass, then it would go into effect. It's for any new development, right? Anybody that's already got a tract that's already cut up less than 5 acres, they're still okay. They still have a well. Anybody that's working on a property or trying to subdivide something, if they submit something to the planning authority or to the district prior to the end of the year, then it locks them in. It's just for new development after the beginning of next year. And then the last thing we're proposing is, you can find it on the last page, is our spacing requirements. And what we found, This is driven by two things. We added a category, spacing category, the bottom one's the proposed one, at the very top, so at the smallest gallons per minute, the smallest flow rate, and at the largest flow rate. So the flow rate from a water well is actually the most immediately impactful thing when it comes to impacting areas around them, right? The higher volume of water that's being pumped, the further the impact reaches out from the water well. What we have seen with reviewing about 60 studies with actual data, not modeled, but this is actually measured field data, and all over 60 of them, water wells pumping between 12 and 17 gallons a minute are showing clear impacts at 300 feet, right? Maybe a few feet. So what that tells us is if all these water wells are going in at 15 gallons a minute, the nearest well 150 feet away is too close. Because in many instances you'll have, in these new subdivisions, you'll have 3 to 4 wells within 150 feet of any given well. And so when they all start pumping, it causes problems. So if they want to go to 15 gallons a minute, they got to spread out a little bit more. The smallest category of 150 feet between wells, we're leaving in place for 8 gallons a minute or less, which those of us that grew up in the country and aren't looking to water, an acre and a half of St. Augustine, 8 gallons a minute is more than sufficient to operate. I know folks, people in Lipan will be happy to have 8 gallons a minute, right? So, and then on the high end for folks, and this really only applies to eastern Wise County. I don't know of anything in Hood County that can make over 150 gallons a minute. But on the higher end, we added a spacing category to back off more, right? Because when you start pumping that much water, it tends to dry out an area fairly large. So that's the main thing I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. We have a scheduled hearing on these rules for August 27th. If you don't have any questions now, please feel free to email me, call me, direct anybody to our website, or to give me a call if you have any questions.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but about 3 years ago, somewhere in that time frame, there was a discussion to make the county as a whole on 5 acre.
Yes, sir.
And now I look at the screen, the map here, and we've got basically a fourth or less of the county on the 5 acre rule, and the rest of the county still on the 2 acre. Why would we not go ahead and go with the full 5 acre requirement?
Well, the idea was to, and that was, we did have that discussion. That was actually longer than that. It was almost 8 years ago now. Rather than going in with a blanket across the board, we thought it would be better to start with something that we could point at. We got a lot of pushback, largely from the development community. I know in other parts of the county, people are still angry that we didn't do it, like the citizens. But it's hard to argue with the areas that we've delineated that we're proposing 5 acres. If you know anything about those areas, it's hard to argue. There's just not much water out there. And while I agree that we're seeing way too many water wells being drilled, I think our thought was just to step off into this very lightly and try to do it very intelligently. The main point of this isn't to stop folks from doing what they need to do with their property. The main point of this is try to encourage, and the last time when we had this discussion, the main point was to try to encourage more sustainable development, right? Because there are other places I'm going to use, and I'm not picking on Parker County, but I'm going to use Parker County as an example. I told this to their court too. They're aware of this. There are more water wells drilled in Parker County than anywhere in the state, anywhere in the country, and what we've looked at probably anywhere in the world. When you take a piece of land the size of Parker County and plop that down anywhere in the world, no one's drilling that many water wells. In 2022, there were 1,300 water wells drilled in Parker County. There's been over 500 every year since going back to 2000. There might be a year or two, but that dipped below. But it's usually somewhere between 700 and 1,000 water wells a year. That is not sustainable. There are other places in the state that are growing, and they're not seeing that because the other places in the state, they go in and they put in infrastructure, right? They put in water lines, and the difference in why that's more sustainable, even if it's a groundwater-based system, people are using less water if there's infrastructure in place. They got to pay for it. Look, I started my career as an economist, And that was like the only water conservation that truly works is when people have to pay for it. It's unfortunate, but that's the truth. And the second thing is even if it's a groundwater-based system, they have a cap, right? They have an annual cap on the amount of water they can pump. Whereas our authority when it comes to private wells is basically we can implement spacing, how far they have to be drilled, or track size. That's explicit in the law, and that's about it, right? We can't really do much else. We can't tell folks you can't water your lawn, you can't do this, you drill your well, you meet our spacing requirement, you meet our track size requirement. We can't tell you anything else to do with that well. So we can only implement what the legislature has given us, much like the county. We've had a lot of discussions this year about the powers given to the county. That's the only powers given to us. So, you know, I look at what's happening in Parker County where water levels are just trending downward. I'm getting calls every day. We're trying to put something in place to encourage long-term viability of this resource.
Well, then, to
This, just make sure everybody understands, this proposed change is not on existing wells, even if they have to be re-drilled. This is only on you, or is it?
It's only on new. So if you have to re-drill an existing well, we still allow replacement wells.
Even if the existing well has to be re-drilled
yes,
to a deeper depth, you know, it's not going to apply or not.
No, those folks can still drill a well. Yeah, no, this is just for new pieces of property being put up, right? So if you have a well sitting in your yard and it's been there since the 1950s and it's a half an acre and that well goes dry and you need to re-drill it, you can still do that.
Everybody needs to understand that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So I was here on the court when y'all.
Yes, sir. I think it was your first year.
It was my first year, and in response to Commissioner Wilson's observation, there will be, I think that you guys are headed in the right direction, because you may recall that there was lots of backlash. There was arguments about takings, and I was kind of in on that myself, actually, going from 2 to 5 acres, because anyway, there's going to be a lot of backlash to that, except with your proposal. You know, I think you're trying to compromise a little bit.
I think you're right, sir.
So, but the question I've got, you're having a scheduled hearing on August 27th.
Yes, sir.
What is the nature of that hearing, and what is the timeline for you to pass on the rules? Are you going to have a public hearing and vote on the rules on the 27th?
So, as you know, I can't speak for my board. That is possible. Anytime during or after the hearing, the board can choose to take action. So they could take action that night, they could table it, take action another date. But
after they have a public hearing and they go out of the public hearing, it's conceivable that they would vote on those rules on the 27th.
It is possible, yes, sir.
So I'd advise, if any interested party, to go. Your rules are posted on your website, correct?
Yes, sir. If you go to our website, the little red ribbon at the top that has like, forms and information. If you go to the rules right at the top, there's a highlighted, it says proposed rules. You can click on that and it'll take you there.
So again, I would advise anyone who has an interest in their water situation to go take a look at the proposal, or doing some development down the road. I would highly advise you to go take a look at their proposed changes.
Yes, sir.
And they're posted, and we're telling you right now, go take a look at them.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And I like the little more methodical.
The nuance, methodical.
Yeah, because one of the things that I was concerned about, being an economist, if we go in and throw 5 acres on everything across the county,
right,
when does it become more economical to become a public water well, single well in the center of that, and then that shrinks us down from 2 acres to 1.
Right.
If you're on septic, and it can create some population density.
Right.
You can actually push it too much the other way. Yeah. But I know several places up in Lipan here recently that were divvied up and sold that they can't.
There's not water.
There's no water. They can't. They've drilled multiple wells and come up dry.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah, if you get out there, and like I said, the areas we've delineated, in my opinion, this is what I've looked at for most of my career, it's hard to argue because, as you said, there's just not much water there, right? And I think we understand the problem, but we also understand the situation, right? And we're just trying to walk that line of making sure that this resource is there for the future, but also allowing people to utilize their property.
No, I think I like the delineation that you've done here. I think that makes a whole lot of sense.
So we do have, last but not least, one speaker. If you would stand by, Mr. Shaw.
Absolutely.
And we have one speaker, Jennifer Carey.
Yes. Sure, right? I wanted to thank you for coming here and speaking. I was really surprised to see that on the agenda, and I really, really appreciate you. You've done a phenomenal job with the communication that you had with me and with other people in the county, and I really appreciate that. You have been one of the most transparent agencies that we have dealt with, so I can't thank you enough. So I do have, I've looked at the rules, I've looked at the proposal. I want to ask if that is available online now. Cool, I can upload that. The only question I have, because you've answered a lot actually, quite a bit of what I had here on my list, but the one question that I'm asking is if actual pumping produces greater drawdown or surrounding well impacts than anticipated, what authority does UTGCP have to reduce production, modify a permit, require mitigation, or otherwise intervene? So once they're already starting to pump, what can you do if they do not comply?
Right. So that's a good question, and we have to operate under the law, but especially when it comes to these high volume permits, right? So it comes into when they come in, if the modeling shows this, we end up issuing, we go into some sort of agreement as part of the provisions for the permits. We can place things on there like, they've got to identify or set aside. Likely what would happen is during the test itself, they'll have to drill some wells to measure water levels as they do an aquifer test to pump. It's written in the rules that they will likely allow us to keep those observation wells. They'll be unequipped, just open holes. We'll put devices in them to measure water levels. So we would likely have stipulations put into the permit that would say if water levels start falling, over the course of a year or 2 years, X percent more than what is modeled, then the board can then reconsider the permit. So it would go back before my board, and we could consider things like potentially maybe lowering the volume, or a lot of times it's not the overall volume, it's the rate at which it's being extracted, right? So we modify that. So we can put provisions in the permit, and then we have monitoring on site or nearby, and then if it's depending on the size of the permit, obviously the larger permit's going to have potential for larger impact, right? So on those large volume permits, we could put provisions on there that then we could reconsider the permit if it's causing a lot of damage.
So that was one of the reasons that is what I see in ERCOT, in PUCT, in Texas Water Development across the board, is that the penalty situation, the fine situation. $1 million, $2 million, even $5 million is a drop in the bucket for them. It doesn't matter if you fine them, you would essentially have to force them to reduce the rate. So.
Right, and Chapter 36 of the Water Code, which is what we operate under, it doesn't give us explicit authority to issue fines. It does give us a schedule that we can offer. Well, so I take that back. Our enabling legislation gives us the authority to charge what are called disincentive fees for overpumping. So we have a little bit of authority that some groundwater districts don't have. But specifically what you're talking about, you're right. A lot of folks, if they're making money off pumping water, it may be more financially beneficial for them to keep over pumping than and just pay the penalties, right? So last session, we got some changes to chapter 36, which says for every day of a continuing violation is viewed as a separate violation. So if somebody's overpumping their permit, let's say they start overpumping on October 1st, then every day from October 1st to December 31st is a continuing violation, so every day. The law now says that we could seek and a judge could grant up to $25,000 per day. However, there is also an additional language added that says if the judge determines that that is not a significant enough amount, so in other words, if the violator is gaining more economic advantage than $25,000 per day, the judge can jack that up even more. So we had some meaningful changes in the law last session that kind of speaks to that, because there are some issues around the state where that's the case, right? Where there was an entity that way overbooked their permit. They happily paid like a $500,000 penalty because they were making millions off of it, right? So I think that the law has come back around to kind of give some more authority and some more teeth to making sure these folks are operating within the guardrails.
The only thing that will work with them is if you cut resources. But that's the end effect that we need to push for. It doesn't matter which area.
And at some point, we can even seek an injunction, right? If they're continuing to do this.
Okay.
At that point, the judge could just go and tell them to stop.
Is UTCG willing to go that far that they will seek an injunction?
I think if we've never had anybody violate, like overpump multiple years. I think if we had somebody that's continuously doing this, I think that would be my recommendation of the board.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any other comments, Commissioner Samuelson? Are we ready to move on?
I think I'm ready to move on if the court is.
Okay, this is an informational agenda item only. Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, guys.
And it is 5 after noon. I don't think we're going to be going much over an hour, I hope. But we need to take a 10-minute break at this time. So at 12:06, we are going to adjourn for 10 minutes.
Did you send that to me?
I did.
Okay, I'll go in my office and print it here.
Just the signature page, they want to review it all.
Okay.
And then if you have that presentation, they say.
I do. So you want the PDF one presented? Or you send me the spreadsheet?
Okay, so it's, we're back on, it's 12:19 p.m. after we took a little break. And we are going to go back to item number 4 on the discussion agenda to consider and take appropriate action to adopt an order authorizing the issuance and sale of up to $24 million in Hood County, Texas, limited tax bonds, Series 2026, to fund law enforcement center and jail expansion project pursuant to November 4th, 2025 bond election, and also discussion of levying an annual ad valorem tax and providing for security for and payment of said bonds, approving an official statement and enacting other provisions relating to the subject. And I would ask Mr. Rudy Delgado to please come to the podium.
It's Jorge.
I'm sorry?
Jorge.
Jorge, sorry. I apologize, Jorge. I've got Rudy on my mind.
No worries. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jorge Delgado with Hilltop Securities. We serve as the county's financial advisory team. And we're here today to walk you through your bond results and the culmination of the plan of finance that you approved with my partner Jim's bonus back in May and June dates to issue the first phase of your voted bonds authorization.
Could you pull the mic a little bit further to you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
So I'll start off, Commissioners, with just a quick overview, and thank you for handling the slides. You may recall that on November 4th, 2025, you passed 2 bond propositions. You got voter approval in 2 bond propositions, $24 million for your law enforcement center or your jail expansion project, and $125 million for road improvements, Prop A and Prop B. We started the discussions with you and the county staff on moving forward with issuing a piece of this authorization, with the first phase including the entire $24 million of the jail expansion project, and then $30 million for your road improvement program, based on the priorities for your road projects that you have in mind. With that, we also discussed with you a plan of finance to be able to work within your current debt service tax rate, and we have been doing that, and it all is in place to continue to meet those that target. I'll get into that in a bit, but again, today, this morning, the county sold $30 million for roads, $24 for the jail expansion. The repayment source of both of these bonds are your debt service tax revenues and then any other legally available revenues of the county. But mainly the bucket that's going to be the repayment source for this is the debt service portion of your total tax rate for the county. 20-year amortization on both transactions, Commissioners, with a 10-year standard refinancing clause. So nothing out of the ordinary. 10 years is what the bond investors request, and that is something that you have in both of these transactions. Very conservative growth assumptions, Commissioners. You grew 2.88% this year in your tax base. We don't assume any growth further than 2.88% going forward. We actually use something closer to 1.9% in the future projections of the county's tax base. We want to make sure we're really conservative on that growth as we plan for, future road projects as you start thinking about issuing those bonds. These are level debt service payments, so what that means, every payment is structured to have an overall level structure as you grow into those payments. Again, 20-year amortization. The way this worked out today, Commissioners, is that you're able to fit this within your current debt service tax rate. I'll go into, which is 0.02699. That's what you have in fiscal 16, and I'm working with the county auditor, Ms. Matlock, on structuring the same tax rate going into fiscal year 2017. This is going to be completely new debt. You had no debt outstanding before issuing these bonds. You paid your last debt obligation at the beginning of this fiscal year. Part of the process, Commissioners, as we started working and you gave us direction to implement this plan, is that we had to talk to Standard & Poor's, the credit rating agency that formerly rated the county. You did not have a rating because you didn't have any open market bonds before we talked to S&P. But we had a good conversation with them, and they came out and gave you a AA long-term credit rating. Very strong rating. Congratulations on that, and you'll see how the bids came in, which is a reflection of this rating. I wanted to share with you some of the publication that is out there for any bond investors to see. Anyone that wants to buy Hood County bonds today, they pulled this and gave it a read. So this is out of New York, and it's a third-party credit rating analyst. A couple key points here is Hood County's history of positive budgetary performance, healthy general fund balance, and manageable debt and liabilities profile. You all have been given credit for historically conservative budgeting policies, routinely posting operating surpluses in recent years, strong investment earnings in your cash balances, so good stewards of the cash balances that you have, and sales tax revenues. Operating performance has been positive in recent years. You've got strong reserves at 35% of the annual operating budget. All good keywords in the credit rating jargon that investors want to see. And historically better results than budgeted. We could, upside scenario, we could raise the rating of the county's local economy work to continue to expand and diversify. Again, keeping in mind macroeconomic risk. So very good result here. We pushed for AA+. We had a strong conversation with the credit rating analyst, and one of their feedback was, we're comparing you to urban metroplexes that are AA's, and we'd like to see a little bit more expansion in your local economy as far as the industry to be able to get back to the AA+. So that's something that we'll continue bird dogging as we talk to them in the future. That was their only comment as to why they're not giving us the AA+. Yes, sir.
So that's not about. So I just want to make sure I understand your comment. That's not about our credit rating necessarily and how we pay back and our ability to do that. That's about the local climate that we have no control.
Yes, sir. That's exactly correct. S&P has given more weight on local economy and industry, and when they look at a AA, they're going to compare you to a big metroplex with a lot of different types of commercial industry and so on, and diversification of businesses. They made that change recently, and they put more weight, which is around 20% of your rating. Recent change again, but it's nothing that you can directly, immediately control, but you have a certain impact to that. And they just want to see more diversification of commercial before they're thinking about the AA+ category.
Continue. Thank you.
Okay, so this morning we took bids at 9 and 9:30 a.m. These are your $30 million road bonds. You have Morgan Stanley bid through the market with a 4.18%. This is a fixed interest rate over the life of the road bonds. 7 total bids. As you can see, really Morgan Stanley bid through the market. Everyone's pretty close to each other except Morgan Stanley. They really sharpened their pencil here out of New York, and we were grateful to see, we're excited to see 4.18%. And then we'll turn over to the next slide, please. Pretty interesting results too. You got a 4.18% by TD Financial Products on your jail expansion bonds. Now these were 5 bids, but what's interesting here, and I was talking to my partners back at the firm, you got a market bid when both your road bonds and your jail bonds both got a 4.18%. This is a competitive sale. The lowest bidder gets the bonds, and to see both of them come, mirror each other is really what we call an efficient market bid. That's what the market for a AA bond is today, and you certainly caught an efficient wave of bids. More tight bidding here, you have 4.19. So again, 2 strong market bids, but TD Financial Products, also out of New York, was your low bidder. Next slide, please. Again, we're funding a total of $54 million. This is how The funds will be allocated once we close on this transaction, which is September 9th. At that point, the county will get all of the funding and the wherever you direct us to deposit it, and you will have completed your first phase of the bond issue. Important to note that there is no payments this fiscal year on these bonds. It's all working as you approve a budget to hit with the first payment in fiscal year 2027. Let me look at my notes here. If we could go to the next slide, please. That should be the schedule. Your payment schedule, commissioners. Again, working within your 0.02699 tax rate. Conservative growth assumptions in your tax base going forward. We don't assume any more than 2.8%, and we start trimming that down as we move forward in time. But again, keeping in mind that 0.02699 debt service tax rate that you currently have already, as as discussed in our plan of finance discussions with you over the past months. And then the next slide should be the final schedule. Assuming you move forward today, commissioners, as your financial and municipal advisor, we're supportive of two strong market bids. We feel that you got the best outcome possible in a choppy market, really, to be able to lock in at 4.18%, pretty close to the plan of finance discussions. We did see a wave of increase in interest rates the past few months, but it trended back down, and today was a good market to catch. We're supportive of these two bids. Assuming you move forward today, again, we sent all the documents to the Attorney General's office. That's Mr. Rodolfo Segura. He'll get to work with that. And then once we get the blessing from the AG's office, you will close on September 9th and get the funding. Any questions? I said a lot of numbers, a lot of dates. I'd be happy to address them, commissioners.
I got a couple of comments. I just want to reiterate that the county has paid its debt down to zero. And of course, it's from the Godfather 3, I think, just when they thought we were out, they put us back in. But I will make the note that these are two different bonds for, one of them is for the jail renovation and expansion, which is an essential service. The county has to provide a jail, and road and bridges improvement, which the county has county roads and bridges as part of our job as an essential service. This isn't a boondoggle or a new fancy city hall. These are improvements that we need for our essential services that we provide to the citizen taxpayers here. I will note, ask the city of Granbury if they've ever paid their debt down to zero. Ask GISD if they've ever paid their debt down to zero. They haven't. So I commend the county and the current Commissioner's Court and the Commissioner's Court before that, and the Commissioner's Court before that, of the financial prudence that we've exercised in this county. On top of that, the smallest component of your tax bill, your property tax, is the county side. Look at the school. Look what the school. If you look at your tax bill, you're going to see that 75% of it goes to the GISD for the public school system. So I wanted to make sure we got that out, because we appreciate the taxpayers having confidence in us to vote in favor of these two bonds. And we're only, by the way, as another side note, we're only taking $30 million out on the 125 road bond that was passed, because that's what we're only going to take it out as we need it. So, and I really appreciate, and I'm sorry about the mishap about Rudy and calling, I apologize. Please forgive me for that. Because I know you and I talked on the phone the other day as well. But I just, where our debt service, our component of our tax rate is not going to change. And the only question I do want to clear up is, our first payment is not going to be due in this upcoming fiscal year at all?
February 2027.
Oh, so that will be included in this budget?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I understand. So our first payment will be due in February?
February 15, 2027, sir.
And then we'll be making yearly payments? Is that how that works?
Semi-annual payments, principal and interest, and then interest only every 6 months.
Okay. And it's a 20-year note, which I think if you bought a Tesla, you might have to do a 20-year note to buy a Tesla these days. Just kidding a little bit. But anyway, that's my comments. I do appreciate you bringing this in here. Does any other commissioner have anything they want to add to this?
Well, as we've had, previous meetings already, multiple ones with the jail expansion and renovation, and we've already had one meeting on the master thoroughfare plan. So that is all. We've already hired engineering firms on the master thoroughfare plan for the road operation, on all 9 projects, and we are moving forward on that. This allows the continual moving forward and allows, us to, pursue the best avenue to get those things accomplished and quickly. So, this is very positive for the citizens of the county, in my opinion.
So, is that it? How about Commissioner Andrews, anything?
No, I'm good.
So, do I hear a motion?
I move that this is on, we want to do
Item number 4, let's
do
do item number 4.
Number 4, I move that we adopt an order authorizing the issuance and sale of up to $24 million in Hood County, Texas limited tax bonds, Series 2026, to fund law enforcement center and jail expansion project pursuant to November 4, 2025 bond election, levying an annual ad valorem tax and providing for the security for and payment of said bonds, approving an unofficial statement, and enacting other provisions related to the subject.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to adopt the order authorizing the issuance and sale of up to $24 million of Hood County, Texas limited tax bonds, Series 2026, to fund law enforcement center and jail expansion project pursuant to the November 4, 2025 bond election, levying an annual ad valorem tax and providing for the security for and payment of said bonds, and approving an official statement and enacting other provisions related to the subject. Motion made by Commissioner Wilson, seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. No opposition, so the order to authorize the issuance and sale of up to $24 million bond is passed, and we'll sign off on that today. Next item is, this is number 5. This is to consider and take appropriate action to adopt an order authorizing the issuance and sale of up to $30 million in Hood County, Texas unlimited tax road bonds, Series 2026, pursuant to the November 4th, 2025 bond election, levying an annual ad valorem tax and providing for the security for and payment of said bonds, approving an official statement and enacting other provisions related to the subject. And Mr. Delgado has given, you want to come up and add anything to it for this one? I think you covered both.
Yes, sir, this is the same agenda item we just discussed.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Delgado on this particular item? Okay, do I hear a motion on number 5?
I move that we adopt an order authorizing the issuance and sale of up to $30 million in Hood County, Texas unlimited tax road bonds, Series 2026, pursuant to November 4, 2025 bond election, levying an annual ad valorem tax and providing for the security for and payment of said bonds, approving an official statement and enacting other provisions relating to the subject.
Second.
So we have a motion to adopt an order authorizing the issuance and sale of up to $30 million in Hood County, Texas, unlimited tax road bonds, Series 2026, pursuant to the November 4th, 2025 bond election, levying an annual ad valorem tax, and providing for the security for and payment of said bonds, approving an official statement, and enacting other provisions relating to the subject. Motion made by Commissioner Wilson, seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes 3-0. So that deal's done. We can move forward with those, with our jail project as well as our first phase of the road project. Do you need anything else from us, Mr. Delgado?
No, Commissioners, thank you for your time.
And all the signing of all the documents themselves, the county judge can do that later, correct?
That's right. That's right.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you. Appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. Let's go back to now we're on item number 20. Correct? Item 20. Consider and approve the Hood County Employee Vision and MASA coverage for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. Take it away.
Yes. You all received an email from me last week that had the vision proposal in it and also just information about MASA. The vision proposal is from Guardian again, same insurance that we've had. They offer Davis and VSP plans. Pretty much the coverage is staying the same. However, the premium did go up approximately 6%. So that premium will be applied to the employee if they decide to take out the vision plan for them or any dependents. I recommend going with this plan. HUB did seek other proposals. They did not get anything any better. We were hoping Aetna might come through with a vision proposal, but they did not. So they recommended we stick with Guardian. Then on the MASA, nothing's changing. I love that we offer that benefit to our employees. It is budgeted currently. The premium is still the same for the employee only.
Okay, does anybody have any comments or discussion up here? If not, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'd make a motion that we approve the Hood County Employee Vision and MASA coverage for the 2026-27 fiscal year as presented.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the Hood County Employee Vision and MASA coverage for the 2026-27 fiscal year made by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. No opposition, passed 3-0.
Thank you.
And by the way, Commissioner Samuelson had to obviously leave, but anyway, just want to point that out. All right, number 21. Discuss and take appropriate action to approve compensatory time payout up to $45,000 for sheriff patrol /investigation. In lieu of an overtime line in the budget, $60,000 was earmarked in contingency with the understanding that if the cumulative comp time liability was below $15,000 per quarter, it would be paid at the end of the quarter. Take it away.
I'm going to let you.
All right.
Take it away,
I'll
Mr.
answer that.
Andrews.
I know that last year we talked quite a bit about overtime being in the patrol budget. And we had talked about, okay, let's get something here that we can both work toward a common goal. And we agreed upon $60,000 for the year. If they can keep comp time below $15,000 for that quarter, for the first quarter, we pay it out. If they didn't make that, which they didn't, in the first or the second quarter, so now they're at the third quarter, and they are below that $45,000 for the 3 quarters that we talked about. So that was something that we had talked about. They worked real hard to get their comp time down, and I think it was kind of a scratch each other's back on that situation.
So is that a deal we made?
Yeah, we
Okay.
talked about the budget. and they've worked hard to get to that, so.
It was never approved in the budget, but it was talked about. So the numbers that I came up with, and it's really hard to do a comp payout when it's Commissioners Court and payroll run on the same week. So the information that I give you is what I gathered on Friday, which is the same information that I have going in to calculate time off during payroll. So I've already started that process. But thank goodness we've been here past 11:30, so I've had a lot of time for my brain to, wheel out everything. So I think, with your permission, if this is the way that you would like to go, I would like to pull there's around 30 deputies, investigators, or patrol officers that have a comp payout. It's less than $32,000. I think I would like to pull those deputies, do a separate payroll before I hit Friday. So I'm going to have to go back and calculate their time off, if they took any time off, if you can understand all that, whatever. So that's my recommendation. If I go forward where I'm at right now, people may have earned or they may have used this comp, and it would be a less payout if I do a payroll next week for the comp payout. So I'll do it however you'd like me to do it. It won't take a lot to pull 30 from the payroll and just do them separate. If you're okay with that, I'd like to see the numbers on a separate day so you have a better calculation and not all in one payroll.
Okay. I understand what you're saying now. I didn't understand what you were saying. Yeah, they both hit at the same time. See, if it was a week before, then you can come to me with hard numbers to work the week before.
Right. It is very hard when payroll starts on Monday. You've got people that have taken off, but now we're talking about paying the comp that was on the books for the Friday. So now I'm pulling time that they've taken off because our policy is comp first.
Right.
So, like I said, I can go in and pull that comp and just pay these employees separate and then do the separate payroll. Of course, they're not going to be able to use that comp anymore. It's paid out to them. They'll have to use their original leave, vacation, sick, or holiday.
Okay.
In the future, what I would like to see is not just the sheriff patrol deputies. I think the jail did a really great job at keeping their comp down this year. So I think maybe looking at them in the future would be great incentive.
Well, we did kind of make the same deal with them, but that mark was not appropriate where we were on that. We were
Well,
at
and I
that
think
based on the
the
previous.
downfall on that is they've lost a lot of employees and it's taken them a lot to get more employees back.
Right.
So they're covering the difference with comp. But
Yeah.
I think that'd be something for us to look at in the future.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Well, thank you. So I think in the recommendation, maybe for the motion, comp paid to these employees only as of 8/7.
Okay.
So you said we didn't have this in the budget, we didn't have this in contingency?
It is in contingency.
It is a contingency.
It wasn't a budgeted line item as what she's referring to. But
Where's the money coming from?
Contingency.
Okay.
It wasn't specifically stated as overtime as a line item, right? Which is what she's.
Okay. All right, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve compensatory time payout of up to $45,000 for sheriff patrol and investigators at the 8/7/2026 cutoff date.
Sorry.
Okay, we have a motion to approve compensatory time payment up to $45,000 for sheriff patrol and investigations made by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. And that's to begin on 8/27?
As of 8/7, whatever comps they have on the book is what they'll be paid on from 8/7.
From 8/7, okay.
From contingency.
From contingency. Okay, got it. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes 3-0. And finally, consider and take appropriate action to approve and authorize the county judge to sign the ABI SPL annual maintenance agreement for the courtroom, jury room, audio, video equipment to be paid for IT contract services. Line item 010-520-40800 in the amount of
$22,042.72.
Okay, so you're up.
It's just a renewal, so this is the same renewal as we did last year. No changes. As you pointed out, it covers all of our conference rooms, all the live stream, all the Zoom, so all the equipment.
Okay. Any other discussion? Anybody want to make a motion?
I move that we authorize the county judge to sign the ABI SPL annual contract maintenance contract agreement for courtroom and jury room audio video equipment to be paid from IT contract services 010-5820-40800. Okay,
we have, and I'll amend that in the amount of $22,042.72.
Correct.
Is that amendment agreeable?
I agree with that.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve and authorize the county judge to assign the ABI SPL annual maintenance agreement for courtroom, jury room, audio, video equipment to be paid from IT contract services as stated in the amount $22,042.72. Motion made by Commissioner Wilson, seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
No opposition, passed 3-0. Does anyone wish, now we're at the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to pull anything off the consent agenda?
I don't know.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda by Commissioner Andrews. Commissioner Eagle will second that. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposition, none. Passes 3-0. Now we're at business, item number, Roman numeral 9, business to be discussed and considered for approval. Road ops.
Finally. Commissioners, good afternoon. First item is the certification of the county maintained road miles. This is something that the court approves every year at the first court in August. You can see I've got the additions, should be in your backup. We had the additions that was approved back in the April 14th Commissioners Court was 0.54 miles. And we also had some removals. These are roads that was affected by the city's annexation back first of the year. The Meadowwood, Rickenball, Huddleston, and Knox Road. These equal up to about a mile, 1.87 miles. So the total miles this year would be 467.51 miles, which will be 1.33 miles less than was approved in 2025, this time last year.
What happened to Holly Hills? Was that
those
that never was ours?
They were already theirs, yes, sir. They were annexed several years ago, that section of Holly Hills.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do I hear a motion to approve?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the certification of the county maintained road mileage for the Hood County road system as of July 31st, 2026.
Okay. We have a motion made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the certification of the county maintained road mileage for the Hood County road system as of July 31st, 2026, as presented by Road Ops Manager, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes. Number B, subsection B. Discuss and consider approval of the interlocal project request with the City of Whitehead and take appropriate action.
Commissioners, Commissioner Andrews had received a written request from the City of Whitehead requesting the court's consideration through their interlocals to prep and seal coat 2 of the city streets. These streets total right at a half a mile. Each of you should have an itemized price that I put together for the equipment hours, man hours, as well as the material cost for both of these roads.
Yeah, so they've got 2 roads up there, and they don't have any equipment to work on streets. So they came and asked if we would be willing to do an interlocal, and I've discussed that with Todd, and you got no problem getting that worked in around your schedule.
Yeah, it'll be on our
County
schedule.
stuff.
We can fit it in.
Yeah, and there's, as required by law, it's got to be market prices.
Yes.
Between the 2 taxing entities, and I think you've done some GSA checking.
Yes, these, as far as the equipment hours, that is the current FEMA equipment rates. I use those, and then also on these will be for the man hours will be the current rates for EO1s, EO2s, foremans.
So is this what we're gonna pay them, or is this what they're gonna owe us?
So that's what they will owe us.
Okay.
Yes.
So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the interlocal project request of the city of Lypan to pave these 2 roads as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Andrews to consider approval of an interlocal project request for the city of Wypan over 2 different roads, seconded by Commissioner Wilson, as discussed and presented. Any other discussion?
I don't live on either one of these roads, by the way.
And neither does Dave either. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. No opposition. We're taken care of. Thank you, sir. Sorry you had to sit here all day for that. Number 2, development. A, discuss a request for a variance to Hood County development regulations pertaining to either population density or RV park and short-term rental regulations at 1822 Billings Road / ISA Way, and set public hearing if needed. So what do we do? Are we going to do a set a hearing, or are we going to?
We'll have to set a hearing, but I came to the court because we need to discuss this and try to figure out what exactly it is that we're looking at here. If we go with just purely with subdivision regulations, that only allows for a main home and a single accessory, like a mother-in-law cabin kind of situation. So basically you have 2 dwelling units according to our regulations. Or if you want to look at what may be a better fit here is the RV park short-term rental community. It allows for up to 6 structures on 2 acres, but we're over the square footage because it defines tiny homes as 400 square feet or less. And some of these we're looking at 707 square feet.
890.
To 690, something.
890.
Yeah. So I'm not even sure which one of these that we need to address this under. And then after we got talking about it, and I was ready to bring this to court, then I found out this has to be, we would have to post it in the newspaper and set it for a public hearing. So I just kind of wanted to get this out here and talk about it a little bit and see what are the thoughts of the court on this. This is kind of an unusual situation.
So tiny homes, in other words, they could do this with tiny homes.
Yeah, they could if they were, according to our regulations, 400 square feet or less.
Well, that is a tiny home.
Yes.
I mean, every tiny home I've seen out there is 399 square feet. And none of these are that. So that's a variance request.
Right.
And it's going to be how many septic systems?
It ended up being 3, correct? Yeah, 3. Yeah.
And what's the total acreage?
2.
2 acres with 3 septic systems.
And 6 structures.
And where's the water coming from?
It's a well.
And a well.
That's a lot of variances.
The wells are.
It's your area. What do you want to do, Commissioner?
I don't know, what do we do? I mean.
The only thing we can do with this agenda item is set a public hearing.
Okay.
So if you want to look at a date, or if you want to table this and come back, but that's what I see we can do today.
Let me see what.
If you got to look into the notice requirements and all that.
Well, I know what the notice requirements are. It would have to be
15 days.
Set for September 8th for that. But what are we thinking? What do we ask the variance for? Do you guys have anything you want to say on this?
There's also a charge for a variance request.
So my name's Alan Parsons.
Your name? I'm sorry, what's your name?
Alan Parsons.
Alan?
Not the project, just Alan Parsons.
I was going to say, yeah, you rose from the dead, too.
So the variance we're requesting is to go from 300 to 700 square feet. We had talked with Clint Head, and we got a verbal approval to go ahead on this, and since that time, we have already drilled the well with these plans, and we had 2 forms set for the houses, and we had the septic drawn up for these houses, and so we got basically approval for everything. Then when Clint got whatever, then everything kind of got put on hold, and then nobody knows what's happening. And so that's basically what we're doing, is we're asking for a variance for just a little bit larger house than the 300 or 400 square feet.
For 5 of them?
No, 6.
6 of them?
Yeah. And what prompted making them a little bit bigger is we basically have 6 kids, and that's what we come up with the number 6, because they're always moving back home. We have 2 daughters that are selling their homes and are going to need temporary housing until they get another home. And so that was the reason that we grew them a little bigger.
So I guess even if it's family and they're not being rented, which puts a commercial implication, but if you did ever rent these things, then your septic system no longer qualifies. So you won't be able to rent these.
No, the septic was drawn up for these houses, for the 800.
Correct, but that's a residential septic. Am I wrong on this? Help me out.
It's
Yeah.
residential septic.
The septic.
Septic will be fine either way. We sent them to Victor Ash, asked what can we do. He allowed us, I think, 840.
Would you identify yourself, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Marcy Gilray.
Okay.
We took it to Victor Ash. He designed the septic system, told us we could go up to 800. We're paying for them. We don't want to pay for 800. 700, was the cap per house. They're all going to be the same. But the circles over to the left are the septic field, 2 circles with spray heads, so the septic is not an issue. We started with that to see what we could do on our 2 acres. Our 17 acres are next door.
So what does the commercial implication, if you do rent these out to somebody, what does that change as far as our regulations?
If you're looking to use them for family, that's one thing.
Right.
Once you start renting this out, it's a complete different game, because what are they? Because they don't classify as tiny homes.
Don't classify as what?
As tiny homes, because they're
Right.
800 square feet. So then you have 6 houses on 2 acres with a well, which is way over our density requirements. So when you're asking for a variance just for square footage, it's not just a variance for square footage, because then you're asking for a variance on density.
Right. Just kind of
And I don't think it,
Was it correct that you said Clint Hood gave a verbal approval of this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we just didn't have anything in writing, so.
It's okay, we're quite familiar with those kind of protocols with him.
The only thing verbally written is on January the 1st, 2026, Clint responded, "Good morning. This type of project cannot be done without an infrastructure development plan submitted through the Development Office and approved by Commissioners Court. On the property that is served by a private well, you can have 6 RVs for every 2 acres of property or 1 residential structure for every 2 acres. If there is a house on this property, there is not enough room for tiny homes. A tiny home cannot be more than 400 square feet." And then he put the definition of a tiny home cottage in his email. And sent a application packet for a site development plan.
Infrastructure development,
Do what?
infrastructure development plan. Isn't that what a?
Oh, yeah, an infrastructure, not a site development plan, I apologize.
So,
So how come they've already started doing that?
okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So we had that email, and from that, we set an appointment, went in and met with Clint, told him what we were working on, and he goes, "Oh, okay, well then, we don't need to go through all that. Good to go as you are." Jeannie was in the meeting with us, so we said, "Okay, what do we do now?" And he said, "Get 911 addresses, set them up, go for it." And so that's what we did. We've got 911. I think all of the change came about. They gave us the wrong addresses. We had to renew it, had to take it back to the septic company or the designer, get him to update them, resubmit them for our permits. We thought it was all good to go until our septic installer went to get the permits, and he said, "I can't get them." We're like, "Why?" And so now here we are. I mean, we've got the form board set, everything ordered, ready to go, and we've been sitting since March.
Well, it is outside of our regulations, so it would have to
I
be
understand.
variance. So I guess the variance makes sense to go with the RV park short-term rental. But okay, back to the residential versus commercial. What does that change? What are we looking at there?
I mean, if it's an RV park, you have to go through a whole site development deal. But then it wouldn't meet the RV park regulations.
Yeah, you gotta have time.
Because the houses are over for it. So you, I mean, you could do that, but it doesn't.
Right.
Your houses are way too big. They're not movable. They're on the slab.
And that is another requirement under the RV park.
Correct.
Short-term rental is that they have to be movable, right?
To some extent.
Well, again, if you want, the way this item reads, if you want to set a date for a public hearing on this, that's what we could do today.
Okay, so under which one do we go forward? I guess that's the question.
Sounds like multiple variances are needed,
Yes, it is.
and there should be a charge for each of those.
Yeah.
Well, if we go on their density requirements,
Well, it just says variance in our fees, so sounds like there's a lot. And it also sounds like if you said that it can't be rented out, then the property's going to be encumbered, and that's going to need to be addressed in documentation. That anyone, if it were to be sold, would have to have the understanding that those could never be rented out.
Because a lot of times I've seen other variances that get approved for, say, 2 RVs, 3 RVs, because it's all for family.
Mm-hmm.
Less than a year later, it gets sold.
Exactly.
And somebody buys in their Airbnb in these 3 RVs, and they overload the septic, now they need a new septic, they come to the environmental health for a new septic, and I'm like, nope, you can't do this.
Yeah,
There's an affidavit that says this is for family only.
right, exactly. There's a lot of things to be considered.
Recommendation for, let's,
That's one question. And maybe I'm not understanding. If a family lives in there as opposed to it being rented out, I don't see how that affects the septic in any way.
Because,
Still somebody in there.
well, a lot of times when you do the septic, when you start Airbnb and rent it out, they overuse. And the development regulations have a clause in it for family use, which is, there's an accessory dwelling, you can use it, it's for a mother-in-law suite, a kid. That's where we're doing the family use. And honestly, if this is a rental, the answer is no. Like, my recommendation is no. Because if we allow all these variances,
Yep.
then, I mean, it's 2 acres with a well, it should be 1 house, not 6.
I agree as chairman of the Development Commission as well.
Because then, I mean, is this multifamily at that point? I don't know.
well, let me throw it out here. I know, are you willing to go to 400 square feet? Is there another design that you could come up with and put it all under one roof or anything? Is there any, are you willing to make any adjustment or work on this in any way?
She's the designer.
Well, that's just not what I mean, we have 15 grandkids, so, those 6 houses being 1 room, 1 bathroom wouldn't benefit us a whole lot. Wouldn't be worth the build,
Gotcha.
I guess, for us. Not really interested in RVs behind my house, that none of them have RVs.
But basically, just trying to just do something a little bit nicer. It's 400 square feet to 700 square feet is not a lot, but it gives a little bit more room to make something, a little bit more livable.
You have more land.
We have 16 acres that combines next to it.
It is true, if you spread them out a little bit, you could make that work.
Even if you put them all in one area, if you're using the 16 acres.
But then you're tying up that land completely.
Correct. That land goes with those things.
And at that point, would you want to figure out some way to make that one lot instead of an affidavit?
Yeah.
Well, but in the end, it's the same 6 houses in the same area on the same septic and water. Even if I made my land 20 acres, I don't want them in my yard, they're on top of the hill.
But if we, I'm looking for a solution here, if we made 14 acres where it could be divided, where you got the home and the 6 smaller homes, every one of them's on 2 acres, would that solve the problems? Because then you have your
If
population.
I'm just spreading them out, then I would have to do multiple wells.
I don't think you would. I think you could still work off of the same well. It would just be, we would have to put a deed restriction that says these 16 acres can't be separated, or 14 acres, I'm sorry. That they can't be sold individually or parted out individually in any place. Would you be willing to do that? Because I don't think that we have to, I don't think we would have to do anything, because that would be under our population.
That would work, and that's the only way I see it. Because if we do that many variances on one deal like this, it's open up a can of worms.
Yeah, I
Who's
think
next?
it's problematic for sure. Would you be willing to do a deed restriction where you can't subdivide that 14 acres?
actually think I already have one, because I sold 2 acres to a neighbor 12 years ago.
Well, if you'd be willing to deed restrict that with those 14 acres, then I think that I don't think we need to do any variance at all. I think
Where would I find that? Because I'm 90% sure I had to do that when I sold
If you'll give me your last name, I can check the official public records and see if it's in there.
Okay.
There may be another way out of this, because I've been trying to figure out something, and man, this is a sneaky, it's a mess, but if we could do that, that may be a way forward, and then we don't have to do any variances at all. So, it's that.
Would I be bringing this into my 16, or it's?
Still separate, we just can't split the other.
Right, I think that with that, you either have to have 12 acres for those 6 homes, or 14 acres including your own. See what I'm saying?
Because you're
These
saying
2
one
acres
home
are
each,
not
2 acres.
married to our 16, they're adjacent.
Okay, that would, I guess you'd have to get a replat, put that all back, put that all into one property.
Yeah, because the 2 acres is a separate lot and block. And then what the other property, I don't know, it might be meets and bounds for all I know, so.
Well, then would meets and bounds be okay in this instance, since it's family?
How do you do a replat with meets and bounds?
Can you do a replat?
You can with family or ag.
Well, with family, then you can do a meets and bounds survey, but it's
Yeah.
not really a replat.
Well, I mean, this may not, well, if you sold 2 acres off, then it probably is planted,
So
so.
that's what you're trying to prevent, is never selling the 2 acres with the houses on.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And I think
Make
by
it all
getting you, by getting you into 14 acres with 7 homes, you're within our population density and all this stuff.
Okay.
Either that or you'd have to replant every one of those homes on the separate 2 acre tract and, and then you'd have property line, septic systems crossing property lines and stuff, and that'd be a problem, so. Let's just table this and work on some of this. Are y'all okay with that? And then if we need to do something, then push us 2 weeks further down the road, because we wouldn't be able to do anything on September 8th, if we now go to the 22nd of September. And I hate to keep pushing you guys off, but I think we may have come across a solution that we can make work with y'all with that. Okay, all right. Well, then I'll just pull this issue.
Okay, development number B. Public hearing to discuss and consider the replat of Rancho Brazos Block 2, blocks 23, 24, 25, 38, 39, 42, 43, 44. Commissioner Wilson.
This is a public hearing that was scheduled, so we need to go on public hearing.
Okay, thank you, sorry. So at 1:18, we are going into a public hearing to consider the replat of Rancho Brazos Blocks 2, blocks 23, 24, 25, 38, 39, 42, 43, and 44. Does anyone out here in the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing no one jumping across the bench, we're going to go out of public hearing at 1:19, 1:19, and take it away, Commissioner Wilson.
This is a replat of Rancho Brazos Block 2, blocks 23, 24, 25, 38, 39, 42, 43, 44. It's been requested for, some additional, properties to where additional homes can be, habitat homes can be built, in that area there. And, I don't see any problem with that. There is see, the radii, we get that radii settled, or is that?
That was on a completely different
That's
project.
not that one, but.
This is, they're actually taking 8 lots and they're turning it into 6 lots.
Right, so that's good.
It's good.
All right.
So development's had a chance to look at this,
Yes.
and we're actually, instead of making more lots,
Less.
we're making less.
Correct.
Okay? All right.
With that, I move that we approve the replat.
Here.
I close the public hearing.
Oh, did you? Okay, I'm sorry.
And with that, I move that we approve the replat of Rancho Brazos Block 2, lots 23, 24, 25, 38, 39, 42, 43, and 44.
Second.
So we have a motion to consider the replat of Rancho Brazos Block 2, lots 23, 24, 25, 38, 39, 42, 43, and 44, made by Commissioner Wilson, and seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
No opposition. The replat is considered. Number C, public hearing to discuss and consider the replat of Orchards 16B, lots 40, 56, and 40, 57. Commissioner Precinct 2, it is 121, and we're going to go into a public hearing. So we are now in a public hearing to consider the replat of Orchards 16B, lots 40, 56, and 40, 57. And while we're in the public hearing, would you tell us what's going on here, please? Want somebody?
That's one I don't know about.
Okay.
This is the same thing, you're making one lot out of 2 lots, right?
This is, they're taking the 2 lots, for 4056 and 4057, and combining them into 1 lot.
You gotta get that in the plat.
And they are, to do away with the side property lines. A lot of the subdivisions are requiring this now, because the utility easements and everything are voided once we combine this into 1 lot, and it's gonna become lot 4056R.
Which will equate to 1.115 acres.
Yes.
Okay, anybody in the public have anything to add, or subtract, or comment? Hearing none, at 1:23, we're going to go back into Commissioners Court. And do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the replat of Orchards 16B, lots 456 and 457.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Andrews to approve the replat of Orchard 16B, lots 4056 and 4057. Motion by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
No opposition, passes. Final development item, number subsection D, public hearing to discuss and consider the final plat of R40535, R40549 at Pecan Peak, and here it is at 124. We're going to go into a public hearing to consider this item. Would you give us a rundown of what this is about, please?
So this one's a development, I forget how many months there are, 23. It's been through TMP. Yeah, they did the review on it and they approved it, did a groundwater study. The developer is here if you have any questions for him, but yeah, it looks good.
So are they adding to, or? Are they...
It's the whole subdivision.
Okay.
We have the correct widths there on these kinds of sort of flag lots. We good on those widths there on
Yes, sir.
those 2 Yes, sir.
measure that you
They're all
get
60
right
feet.
everything in there, so, okay.
Oh, okay, all right. That's quite a bit harder than it looks on the picture, so yeah. Okay.
Okay, so does anyone from the public wish to have any comment? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing at 1:25. And do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the final plat of R 4535, R 4549 F Concrete.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve the final plat of R 40535 and R 40549 at Pecan Peak, made by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
No opposition, approved, 3-0. Financial, finally. Take it away.
Good afternoon. I'm requesting the court certify the payment of invoices for the period of July 17, 2026 through July 30, 2026. Discuss vendor payments over $10,000 and take appropriate action. Expenditures for August 11, 2026, Commissioners Court, $519,539.17. The auditor's office has reviewed all invoices and recommends payment.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to certify the payment of invoices for the period of July 17, 2026 through July 30, 2026 in the amount of $519,539.70.
We have a motion to approve to pay the bills in the amount of $519,539.17 made by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes 3-0. Thankfully, the bills will get paid another month, another 2 weeks. Next.
Alrighty. I would request the court consider financial reports and consider financial reports and accept them. The auditor's office has reviewed them all through the period of June 1st, 2026 through June 15, 2026.
Okay, so do I hear a motion regarding financial reports?
I move that we approve the financial reports presented by the audit department for the period of June 1, 2026 through June 15, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the financial reports as presented by our county auditor, by Commissioner Wilson, seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. No opposition. Financial reports approved. Bank reconciliations.
And there's also an audit on there. I would request the court consider and accept bank reconciliations for the period of June 1st, 2026 through June 15, 2026. They have been reviewed by my office and I recommend your approval and acceptance.
I hear a motion.
I move to accept the reconciliations as presented from the audit department for the period of June 1, 2026 through June 15.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the bank reconciliations as presented by the county auditor, made by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. No opposition. Bank reconciliations are approved. We have one other item. Acknowledge and accept 2025 review of JP1.
The auditor's office has completed an internal review of JP1. There were no findings. I request the court acknowledge and accept.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to acknowledge and accept the 2025 review of JP1.
I'll second. We have a motion to acknowledge, accept the 2025 review of Justice of the Peace Precinct 1 made by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Eagle. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. No opposition. JP1's approved. And with no further business on the agenda, we are hereby adjourned at 1:29 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you for supporting us.
What's left? need